Good evening. We'll call the meeting to order for tonight, Tuesday, August 15th, 2023, of the East Providence City Council. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll of the council?
Here.
I am here.
Present.
Here.
Here. Record show all 5 council members are present. We will go into an executive session later on in the meeting so we can start the meeting. We do have a lengthy agenda with several lengthy items that will most likely take a lot of good discussion. So I would just respectfully ask my colleagues here, anyone else who is speaking, to please get right to the point when you're speaking and not be redundant. Everyone will get their chance to say everything they need to, but keep in mind the length of the agenda, and as is my practice, I will not be cutting anybody off, but I will ask you to not be redundant. Thank you. With that, Madam Clerk, if you could
You guys stand up and pledge allegiance.
ask, before you start, let's start for the Pledge of Allegiance. We'll do executive session later. Please rise. Please remain standing after the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
So I would ask everyone to please observe a moment of silence for city resident Mildred Millie Morris, 12-year member of the East Providence School Committee and multifaceted volunteer in the community for decades, who passed away last week. Thank you. Okay, Madam Clerk, now we can proceed.
Consent calendar, regular meeting minutes, July 18th, 2023. Executive meeting minutes, actually, do you want to hold off on that because we didn't do executive session yet?
Correct.
Tax abatements, year 2023 in the amount of $39,650.32. And we have 2 read-in one-day entertainment licenses. The first is for the East Providence Library Outdoor Summer Concert on August 9th, 2023, 6:30 to 7:30. And then the East Providence Arts Council, Crescent Park, on August 12th from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m.
I make a motion to accept the consent calendar.
Second.
Motion by Councilman Rego to approve the consent calendar as read, seconded by Councilman Lawson. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have that, 5-0. Next.
You have for consideration a motion to bundle on the licenses. Do you want me to go through them? Do you want to consider the motion to bundle first?
I make a motion to bundle items C1 to C15 at this time.
Second.
Motion by Councilman Rego to bundle numbers C1 to C15, seconded by Councilman Fogarty. All in favor to bundle, put them all together?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have that. Yes, Madam Clerk, without all the details, if you would just read the headings so the public will know what they are. These are non-public hearing licenses, if you could just read the title.
Sure. One-day entertainment license for Weaver Library on August 23rd. That's an outdoor concert. One-day entertainment license for the Weaver Library on September 21st. That's a live band. There's a one-day entertainment license for the Peace, Love, Judah Jam Festival. That's at the Anemones John Central Park on September 10th. One-day entertainment license, Terra Mikado, September 3rd. That's a live band as well. One-day entertainment license for the concerts in the park at Crescent Park on September 7th. One-day entertainment license, the Rhode Island Folk Festival at Crescent Park on August 27th. And we have a special events alcoholic license. That's a Class F feastful liquor one day. That's for the East End Theater and Performing Arts on January 19th, 2024. It's for a murder mystery fundraiser. We have another one-day entertainment license for the Weaver Library for August 24th. There's a mobile food truck new business called Grub Guru, based out of Brow Street. Mobile food truck new business called Boba Wave, and that's based out of Foster, Rhode Island. There's a application for a new secondhand truck dealer and junkyard license called Ahern Equipment on 1100 Warren Avenue, and a new mobile food truck, Teddy's Candy Bar and More LLC, based off of Willett Avenue. There's a victualling license, Class 3, called Fork and Sandwich Express on Warren Avenue. There's an application for Sundays and holidays for a new business, Ocean State Golf Academy on Waterman Avenue, and a Sundays and holidays and victualling Class 1 that's new for Chipotle on Newport Avenue.
Thank you. Before we entertain a motion to accept or to not accept, a question for the solicitor. Mr. Marcello, why do we have to, it seems different that we're approving for, say, Weaver Library to have a concert. We have shows there all the time. Do they have to include it in getting permission for a license? Say like the Recreation Department or Weaver Library. I don't recall that we've generally done that.
I don't know. Was it the association, the library association, or is it the library itself who's doing it?
It was the administration that asked all city bodies to apply for applications so they have an ongoing record of them, even though they're within the city functions.
Hey, I have no problem with it. It just seemed different that we require library. But, okay, is there a motion to approve? Right, now we have to vote.
I'll make a motion to approve.
I'll second.
Motion by Councilman Lawson to approve all of the items C1 through C15, seconded by Councilman Fogarty. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you. Next, Madam Clerk.
Under communications, we have Joe Larissa on the addition of Carousel 5 to Park Monument.
Good evening, Mr. Council President and members of the council. Many of you know me. I was actually here from 1992 through 2010 in Mr. President Roderick's seat with a 4-year break in between. I guess that was so long ago. When I was here, this podium was on the other side, so I guess it's been a long while. During the time I was a council member, I spearheaded the dream of Rose, Larissa, and Gail Durfee of acquiring the land across the street from the Carousel from Kelly and Purcern and combining it with the existing Bayside Park using federal, state, and private funds to turn it into the beautiful park that you see today. Here tonight, I'm here to ensure we have the correct record on how and why Rose Larissa Memorial Park came to be. Spoiler alert, it had nothing to do with the fact that she was my mother. An attempt to prevent the desecration and destruction of the memorial that has proudly stood over the park for the last 20 years. The park name has been changed, and many think quite unfairly, as Rose Larissa did nothing wrong and everything right with the carousel on the park. But it's done. While the name has been changed to Crescent Park, there's no basis to remove the granite Rose Larissa Memorial. That memorial stone was donated as a gift by a private citizen paying $10,000 on the condition that it honor Rose Larissa in the park. In the words of the council in Resolution 23 in 2002, naming the new park, it was to be there forevermore. It will still meet the condition of the gift if the monument now can and should be enhanced, not defaced or removed. It is on one side, the Rose Larissa Memorial Park. We can simply remove the word park and it will read Rose Larissa Memorial. On the other side, it is blank. We can, and I believe should, enhance the other side with the names of the Carousel 5, with the monument there preserved forevermore. With all names on it, it's my opinion that both Rose Larissa and the leader of the Carousel 5, Gail Durfee, would welcome this, and I will show why in a moment. Some history from the historical record needs to be once again stated as it was in 2002, 2004, and again before this council in 2013. First, Rose Larissa Memorial Park was created from two pieces of property on the water across from the Carousel. The first was not Crescent Park, but Bayside Park, named in the early 1980s after Crescent Park was no more. And yes, it absolutely was the Carousel 5. That land was saved before it was renamed Bayside Park. Bayside Park, however, was an overgrown and underused park with almost no view and with scrub trees. Then, where the parking lot starts today, all the way to the end of the park, was all set to be lost to the city forever. It was going to be 48 Kelly and Pacerne condo units, or later, single-family houses. If we did not purchase or stop that, all that waterfront open space would have been lost forever. One day in 1992, a thought came to Rose Larissa, and she asked me as the new councilman at large this question: if we can save the Carousel, why can't we save all the waterfront land across the street for a new park? It was that spark that became a dream for both her and her sidekick, Gail Durfee. Soon after the idea came to Rose, she contacted Gail, and we all met at my office at the old Edwards and Angel in Providence to look at legal options and to make the dream of Rose and Gail a reality. Over the next 10 years and a lot of hard work by a lot of people, it resulted in the city getting all the land back and a load of federal, state, and private funding to construct the beautiful new park, which now I think everybody agrees is a treasure in our city. The memorial and park naming had nothing to do with Rose Larissa being my mother. It was all in the merits and confirmed by two different city councils. It was named after her for two equally important reasons. One, her idea to get all the land back, and her efforts with Gail Durfee and me in the city to do so. And two, she died tragically at age 61 as a state representative before the park was complete, which is why it's a memorial and not just Rose Larissa Park. And a gift from a monument, of a private monument, sits in her name forever. This is not my version of events. This is the historical record and confirmed by the very leader of the Carousel 5, Gail Durfee. I have always said if Gail had died during the construction, I would have proposed naming it Gail Durfee Memorial Park. The history was memorialized by Gail and recounted in full support of the naming of the new park, Rose Larissa Park, in 2002. Here is a letter she wrote to the city and the council on January 8th, 2002, before the naming vote.
Mr. Lewis, before you
Yes.
continue, you can read that. I just want to let you know you're getting close to the limit of public.
I asked if there was a limit, and I didn't hear there was one.
We did get the letter. I believe that same letter you emailed.
Yes, yes.
If you can just, move through quick.
I've got a page and a half left after the letter, if I may, Mr. President.
Okay.
Thank you, and I'll try to be quick. I do want to read the letter into the record. Subject, Rose Larissa Memorial Park. In the event I am unable to attend the council meeting due to a prior commitment, I would like to have my statement entered into the record with regard to the land presently called Bayside Park. It is my understanding that you would like the land in the west or bay side of the property that the city recently acquired from Pacerne Property and the land set aside for public use in the consent judgment dedicated in memory of your mother and my close friend, Rose Larissa, and rename Rose Larissa Memorial Park. I think this would be a wonderful tribute to Rose, a person who worked very hard not only to save the Carousel and a portion of the land, but who continued on to try to save all of our valuable waterfront property for the people of our city to enjoy. I remember the many meetings that took place with Pacerne Properties to try and convince them this would be beneficial to their interests as well as ours. I commend you for working so hard to make this dream of Rose's and mine a reality and for securing the funds to start the creation of this beautiful park. Also, many thanks to your fellow councilmen for working together for the best interest of all their constituents. Joe, you are an asset to our city, and I hope you and the city continue to find the funding necessary to make this a turn-of-the-century waterfront park unique and the pride of our wonderful city. So here we sit here 20 years later, and we can tell Gail, we did it. We got the funding, we made it unique, and I think we all agree it's the pride of our city. There was no opposition at the time the new park was named or in the dedication of anybody. There was overwhelming community support. I was the master of ceremonies that day, and we had all 4 members of our congressional delegation there: Whitehouse, Langevin, Kennedy, and Reed. I don't remember when that's ever been the case. There was a great celebration of the Carousel 5 that day, and the city went forth, and we've had the park for 20 years. So my question is, at this point, we can work together and enhance the memorial. Otherwise, 30 years of history will be erased, and a valuable granite monument will be in jeopardy. If the name change was about changing the name to Crescent Park, that is one thing. But if it's about erasing the dream of Rose and Gale, that is quite another. We have a new park with a new name, and we can keep the memorial and enhance it on both sides. And I thank the council for their consideration. Thank you.
What year?
Yes, thank you.
Joe, what
Any
year was-
comments?
What year was the dedication that you mentioned, all 4 of the delegation?
2004.
All right, Sheldon Whitehouse didn't become senator until 2006.
Okay, he was here for something. He was here for that. Or maybe he wasn't.
John Chafee was,
Sorry. It's,
Lincoln Chafee was still there. No, I just wanted to point it out that
I was rushing. Lincoln Chafee was here, not Sheldon Whitehouse. We had all 4 here.
I
Thank
just
you.
wanted the record to be.
I
straight.
appreciate it.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
I will say it's been less than a month since we haven't given one thought about what's going to happen yet to the memorial. It will be respectful, whatever, and we do want your input and the surviving members of the Carousel 5 to come together, and we'll find the best possible way. But at this point right now, we haven't even discussed anything to do with the park as far as memorials, renaming, signage, stuff like that. So I appreciate you coming here. We will absolutely work with you and, the surviving, the Lund girls and stuff to ensure that the 6 people that we're talking about are properly honored. And if a compromise can be made with that memorial, we just haven't given it a thought yet. So to say that we have no plans to take it down at this moment, and if it can be modified to satisfy all parties, we'll listen. So
That's very helpful, Councilman. Thank you. I
Absolutely.
appreciate that. 'Cause
Absolutely.
one of the reasons I'm here is I'm worried that something was going to happen drastic.
No.
I might wake up, it might be moved or changed.
there's no desire on my part to do anything yet.
We said we were going to keep it.
Okay.
Through the chair, everyone, please. But Mr. Lawson, just to clarify, there is a name change. It is Crescent
It's Crescent Park.
overall. But I have no desire to
We haven't discussed
face
anything
a stone or
about it.
do anything to that stone, but it is not Rose Larissa Park. Now it is Crescent Park.
That's correct. And we can work with everybody involved and find the best way to honor everything.
That's very
But
much appreciated.
nobody's talking about anything with that memorial today at any point.
Thank you. I
Thank you for
appreciate that.
coming.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker, Madam Clerk.
Nancy Hale.
I'm going to be super brief tonight because I know this is a very big night here. I'm looking forward to hearing more facts about the speed cameras. And I know it says sidewalks on the agenda, but I'm really more concerned with overall priorities of the city and the council. And I would like to begin an effort to think about keeping the entire city of East Providence green. And I have these silly little things, but it's with actually something I claimed out of somebody's trash, okay? And I would like, as we proceed, for all of you to take one, pass it along.
Just a reminder, you're down as sidewalk safety.
Well, I didn't know
Please-
that.
please
So
keep
the thing
comments
is,
to that.
I think that
Under law, we just can't have.
I didn't know that would be written there. I didn't get a chance to see that until I walked in the door.
Well, that
and
was in
really,
the letter to us.
What? No,
That was-
no, I have a copy. So I'm going to take 1 minute or less, okay?
Okay.
I think that moving forward, I would like to see that this council and the city government look towards fiscal responsibility being priority number 1. Because you can't do public safety without any money or without enough money. So I think the budget may need to be tweaked so that Dan Borges, the Director of Department of Public Works, can get the signs up, straighten out the streets and the sidewalks once the money comes in from Safe Streets for All or wherever the money is going to come from. And I think that he needs to have more staff in order to get things done. The police can't go out. If we had enough police, that would be good, but the police can't go out and enforce chaos of signs. So the next question would be public safety, fire department, is that A-okay? And then keeping East Providence green. Many things that contribute to good environmental management, good recycling, green, space, also save money. And I have multiple specific ideas how that can work, but that should be taken up at another time because we all want to get to hear the facts about the speed camera issues. I'm all done. Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank
Nancy.
you.
You can throw it away.
Madam Clerk, next.
Recycle it.
We have one sign up under public comment, Napoleon Gonsalves, on the topic of ARPA.
Thank you. Proceed.
Dear Council President Rodrick and members of the City Council, I am writing to express my concerns regarding the allocation of $10 million in American Rescue Plan Act funds through a series of City Council ordinances for proposals that have not been fully vetted. While I acknowledge the importance and urgency of investing in projects that benefit our community, I believe this approach puts these funds at risk of not being able to be expended within the ARPA regulations and timelines. First and foremost, it is crucial to understand that ARPA has imposed strict deadlines for the expenditure of the allocated funds. These timelines have been put in place to ensure that funding is utilized efficiently and effectively to address the economic and public health challenges posed by the COVID-19 pandemic. By allocating the funds through a series of City Council ordinances for unvetted projects without administration input, the city runs the risk of not meeting these deadlines and potentially losing a significant portion of the funding. To mitigate these risks and to ensure the efficient utilization of the ARPA funds for the benefit of our community, I propose an alternative approach. By developing a comprehensive plan that outlines priority areas for funding allocation, we can eliminate the need for multiple ordinances and expedite the process. This approach will not only ensure adherence to the ARPA timelines, but also enable us to address a wider range of needs within our community. In fact, the administration has previously conducted community surveys to gauge public input and opinions where our residents would like to see the funds spent. The administration has been coming to the City Council seeking authorization of ARPA funding once the project has been designed, bid, and the cost of the project has been determined. It is important to note that the administration is working to maximize all funding sources available to the city to help stretch the ARPA funds and minimize the impacts to our taxpayers. Many of the projects being discussed tonight are eligible for alternative funding sources, which the administration continues to actively pursue. Allocating $10 million in ARPA funds through a series of City Council ordinances for unvetted projects without input from the administration poses a risk to the timely expenditure of the funds. It takes away the flexibility of being able to use these funds to leverage more funds to benefit our residents. In conclusion, by opting for a more streamlined and comprehensive approach, we can ensure that the funding is utilized efficiently to meet the diverse needs of our community. Let us work together to strategize and allocate the funds in a manner that maximizes their impact and benefits our community as a whole. It's a letter written by the Honorable Mayor Roberto L. Da Silva. Thank you.
Let me just say, I've been trying to engage you guys since I took office. I've had ARPA funding allocations on the agenda at least once a month, and nothing. You guys made it clear you wanted all the money for his community center.
That is not true.
This is our method of letting you know that there's projects we would like to see funded. We are willing to work to get the RFPs together. What we're asking for is not going to require city workers. It's going to require outside contractors to come in and do. So we're ready to talk, but it's been very clear that you guys told us, you and Malcolm stood up there saying, yeah, we're looking at 14 million for the community center, and we're just not on board. And
We have
if you
not
wanna
had
have that
conversation,
conversation. We're ready. I've been trying for months.
Okay,
to have
let's
it.
move forward and let's have that conversation then.
Well, now that we're making a move, all of a sudden you guys are ready to talk. So you
No, we've had
understand
the
where we're
opera
coming
funds in
from?
front of you before that you guys have approved, correct? I mean, if,
That you guys
Breakdown.
approved, but when we mention projects,
well, you
all of a
approve it
sudden
through your
it's like,
resolution. When you approve it, when you vote, you're approving it.
I agree.
True?
Yes,
So you have approved.
and we're
projects.
letting you know there's projects we would like to do.
I understand that. We have not been in communication with you about opera projects?
I met with the mayor. Everything I proposed, he agreed is good projects.
Yes.
So what's
We're
the
not
issue
opposed
with
to
us
every
opposing?
ordinance and every project on this docket. We're not opposed to every single one of them.
All right,
we're
so we
willing to
can vote
continue-
tonight and then start the process of moving things forward. Or is there something you want to see this $10 million go towards?
With me specifically, you're talking about the city in
You-
general.
you
We would like to
represent
see
the
some of it go
administration.
towards the community center. We haven't gotten an idea from the county as to how much you guys are willing to commit to us.
You haven't asked. I've been having on the docket, it's on public record, community center conversation, everything. And all you guys said was, we want 14 million that's left in opera. It's on video. I'll pull
on
it
video?
up and
Okay.
I'll post it, let people know when it was said.
I think that'd be going backwards from what we're trying to go forward, but if that's what you want to do, that's fine. I mean, I'm more interested in moving the city forward.
And
rather
that's
than
why
backwards.
we're allocating money for playgrounds, parks, and
We're not opposed to that.
Okay, so as the discussion unravels tonight, we'll bring all these things up.
I hope this is a step forward, not backwards.
Yeah, I think we all want to move forward. The only other person I would ask to say a couple of words, I know he has to leave tonight fairly early, and I don't want to put him on put him in the middle, but a key part to any project in the city, whether it's ARPA funded, capital funding, bond issue, whatever the project is, we
RFPs.
have to work with the DPW director. Now, as you said, Councilman Lawson, and you're correct, sometimes it's outside vendors, but I would ask DPW Director Borges, if you could just very briefly, as you and I have met on these issues, what's your take on timeline and some of the discussion you just heard? You don't have to get into a lot of stuff. This is just quick, because I know you'll have to leave later.
Can I just have him elucidate on the RFP process and how it involves our city staff?
Well, I don't know if that's on the agenda right now, so
I do have an
Careful,
agenda
my
item,
solicitor
Council
will have me in
President.
trouble.
Yeah,
Right. This is a communication. I probably shouldn't have even asked you.
I can come up at a later time if you'd rather.
Why don't you do that?
Council President, I have an agenda item to discuss RFPs.
Well,
Can we move it
that's
up?
what I said on the agenda items. That's what I just said. Yes, thank you. Okay, next, clerk.
Do you want to move forward with the appointments in the order of the docket?
Yes, stay in the
Okay.
same order of the,
So you have a standing motion to bundle, but the appointments are appointment to the Crescent Park Advisory Commission, Ben Schwartz, for sponsor Councilman Lawson.
I make a motion to approve the bundled appointments.
Second.
motion by Councilwoman Souza to bundle the appointments, seconded by Councilman Law. All in favor?
Aye. And before we move to vote, we, after this vote, if they're all approved, will still have 2 open spots. And I've been talking with the commission. We have one ex officio historical society that we can't find a historical society. So we may rewrite that to add a third. I want you guys, if you have names, I do have some people that applied, but I want it out of respect for you guys in case you had names. I don't want this to seem like we're just dumping it in. So maybe next meeting if you have someone. If not, I have a few more applications of folks that would like to jump in.
Thank you. Mr. Solicitor, should we do each name separately?
We'll just ask the clerk to read the names that you're going to be appointing and just vote them as a bundle. So everyone, there's public knowledge of who you're appointing.
So these are all appointments to the Crescent Park Advisory Commission, all sponsored by Councilman Lawson, Ben Schwartz, Mike Kennedy.
Oh, excuse. David Louise is Frank Fogarty's appointment, not mine.
Sorry.
Frank Fogarty is appointing David Louise, not me.
Okay. Appointment to Crescent Park Advisory Commission, Charlie Dwyer, sponsor Councilman Lawson. Appointment to the Crescent Park Advisory Commission, David Louise, sponsor Councilman Fogarty. Appointment to the Crescent Park Advisory Commission, Joe Grillo, sponsor Councilman Lawson. And appointment to the Crescent Park Advisory Commission, Dennis Thabal, sponsor Councilman Lawson.
Motion to approve the bundle.
Second.
Second.
Motion by Councilwoman Souza, seconded by Councilman Lawson, Councilman Regan, Rigo, all in favor to approve the bundle as read.
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you. And thank you, Councilman Lawson, for taking the lead in getting that
And again,
commission active.
if you folks have some names, we have 2, possibly 3.
Am I good?
Come down more? More?
Don't speak so close.
Okay.
Thank you. Next.
Schedule budget hearing workshops FY24, discussion and possible vote, Council President Roderick.
It's that time of year when we have to have some public workshops on the budget, and you have a list of some suggested dates. This is wide open, but we do have to at least start to pick a few days. They have to be publicly advertised, and we may not go through all of these. I think last budget process, we had 2 or 3 good workshops, and we didn't need the last 1 or 2. It's entirely possible that not everyone will make every single workshop, but we obviously need a majority. So I would ask you to comment on, I'll read off some of these budget draft dates. They generally are on Tuesdays. That seems to work well. They don't have to be. It can be any other day. Sometimes we might add a second one in 1 week. We try to get the process going. We're looking at, does everyone have the list, by the way, in front of you? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So I don't have to read them all, and you see the dates. Are there any comments about these dates? Any problems, major problems that you have with any particular date?
No, obviously, next Tuesday, we need to have a meeting so that we are in compliance with the Charter 5-4 to receive the Honorable Mayor's budget 70 days prior to the fiscal year of November 1st. So that's the most important date. And obviously, we talked about the week later, the 29th, as the first budget workshop, as well as city business that we might do here that might need second passage. But for us to not to, I don't want to be in violation. So we need to have that meeting a week from today.
And as you note, also, a couple of these coincide with our regular monthly meetings, and we're talking about Monday, October 2nd, passing of the budget at the monthly meeting. So
Well, that's the last date we can,
last possible
that we
date.
can add
So
things.
Is
Yeah.
there any pleasure on moving forward with all of these dates? Remembering that we can cut back on some and if we have to, but better to have them ready on the hopper and advertised. Then we can always eliminate. So we're looking at Tuesday, August 22nd, Tuesday, August 29th, Tuesday, September 12th, Tuesday, September 19th, Tuesday, September 26th, Monday, October 2nd. Is there a motion?
Motion to accept the dates as read.
Second, anyone?
I'll set, but I want to give Anna a second to confirm she's available for those, but I'll second.
Sure.
And I'm fine with all those dates.
Okay.
Okay, so my second still stands.
Motion made by Councilman Rigo, seconded by Councilman Lawson to schedule the budget workshop dates as just read. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Just for clarification, does it make sense next meeting or something with these dates that we put what we're going to talk about for that workshop so the city administration knows, we're going to do fire this day?
Yeah, actually.
Is that something you're going to work with them to
Work
coordinate?
with the administration and Malcolm and finance and with the mayor. And we will have like 2 or 3 big departments by themselves. DPW, sorry, Dan, DPW is one of the big ones, so that takes a lot of time. So DPW and a couple of others will probably throw together the animal control and harbor master and some of the smaller ones and go. So we'll work on that schedule and get that out. Madam Clerk and Mr. Solicitor, do you have these dates? Do you want to take this for?
Thank you, I have it.
Okay, you do have them, okay. Thank you. Next item.
Request for clarification on RFP process and how the city council can assist the administration in creating RFPs for ARPA projects. Discussion and possible vote. Councilman Lawson.
Councilman Lawson.
So this was just, we've heard the administration loud and clear that they got a lot going on. And this is to start a conversation, like Napoleon mentioned, how we can all get on the same page to get things moving. So if there's a way we can assist with these RFPs, I just kind of wanted to get some clarification how an RFP gets written for the city. Does it go through a specific person? I know the department will probably bring forward what they're trying to do. But is there a
Mr. Borges,
specific, do you have a specific person in charge of writing? I just want to get some clarification on the process and to see if there's ways that we could help with the process to alleviate the burden.
So in a nutshell, Borges, Malcolm, if you could describe the RFP process and maybe specifically as it relates to some of these projects.
Yeah, I mean, I'll talk to it from more of a technical side because that's, where I'm involved. Malcolm can sort of talk on the purchasing end. That's a little more, in my opinion, of the straightforward end once it's complete. But it really depends on the type of project, right? Just looking at some of the allocations here, if we're talking about, say, a splash pad, right, Councilman? There's engineering that goes into that. It's not just, picking a location, throwing cement down on the ground, putting, plumbing. There's, drawings and time, and, specifics that go into what type of materials used, what type of, splash pad is placed there. There's also discharge requirements from a drainage standpoint, right? Can we discharge it to the sewer system? If it's discharged to the sewer system, there's other things that are triggered that require us to change our facilities plan.
Right.
So there's a lot of, we're not even getting into permitting, which is another probably 6-month process. But, just to give you the short of it, it depends. I mean, it depends on the type of project. And
So the 2 previous splash pads, did
Yep.
you guys do all that pre-work or?
We did. we did, we had to survey.
You did the
So we
survey
spent,
and then you go out?
a week surveying,
Okay.
putting an engineered plan together.
And who actually built the splash pad?
We did not build the splash pad, but we prepared the bid documents
Right.
to ultimately build the splash pad.
So you kind of have a shell, once we determine a
No.
location, then you got to do the site survey work.
Correct. You got to do site survey. You got to do permitting. You got to do, sewer design. You got to determine if it can connect to, it's different for every single location.
Gotcha. Okay.
So that's, hundreds of hours of, time on my staff, whether it's surveying or the city engineer's time to put together these plans, mark up the plans, send them to me for review or send them to someone else for review.
And that's what we do to provide services for the
Councilman,
residents.
if I could interject, those 2 splash pads, the same price? I don't recall.
I'm not
It
sure.
was like a $150,000 grant or something. So they could be different prices.
I mean, the footprint and the cost will probably be relatively similar. But obviously the engineering and the background work that goes into preparing the bid documents is certainly different.
Well, there isn't a template. Each case is.
No, the splash pad, I mean, if you wanted to put the same splash pad that you have at Pierce Field and on, if it fits at Providence Ave or wherever you're looking to put it, I mean, yeah, you can certainly do that. But,
What we're looking for.
right, but there's still survey, there's still permitting, there's still a lot of other items that go into account
Okay.
that, you know, the council cannot really assist with. It's, you know, it's got to come from the city engineer who,
Okay.
you know, is knowledgeable, or myself who have done sewer drainage design and, you know, worked with DEM to permit these and determine whether DEM will approve us, you know, discharging the water that's used at the splash pad, depending on where we can make it go. So,
And some of these other projects like Bold Point.
yeah, I mean, if we want to start talking about projects, I'd be happy to share a plan.
I think we're getting off, again, the legalities of
We're
it.
talking about how RFPs get put together and
No, that- In
specifically
general,
about what we're
I
requesting.
agree. I'm just getting the eye from the solicitor that we have to be.
Oh, I got one question.
Hang on one second. Can you comment on that?
I just want to, if we talk about generalities, I have no problem with that. As soon as we get into specific projects, it's not on the agenda tonight. So he's talking about how, in general, you get RFPs. Obviously, they're related to the projects and whatever you're doing,
But
but
what about items that are on the agenda, say later on, like
That's-
the
And you talk
Crescent
about
Park
later
building or
we
something?
might be able to talk a little bit about maybe what the RFP process would look like there, but not,
Right.
not under this general comment period right now.
So I think my question or statement that I'm going to make is fine here. When my fellow, and I'm not speaking for my fellow Councilman Lawson, but when he says that this council help, I think what he's saying and what I have in mind, it sounds like there's a burden for the process to roll. It almost sounds to me, and we have the money, that we should get a project manager on an opera project manager thing, because that's what it sounds to me. That's only my opinion.
We have an ARPA project manager, but let me remind the council, and solicitor, please stop me if I'm going too far, but we have 15 outstanding capital projects right now that have been dating back to 2018 that require some form of engineering or process to prepare bid documents. That's 15 projects that have, you know, yet to be started to a certain extent.
So what it sounds like to me then, and sorry for interrupting,
Sure.
maybe we don't need a project manager. Maybe we need to go out and hire a temporary engineer to help your engineer get
Which-
the process
which we
going,
do.
because 2018 is before COVID. So there's a backlash that took place before this administration took office in 2018. So we have an issue you just identified. So to move this ball forward,
I should correct that. There's one project prior to 2018, and that is city roadway improvements. All the rest are 2020.
but what you just said now, when I talked about a project manager, we need to go out, instead of posting, when we've got money and we're doing it, we need an engineer. We need a project engineer to help Eric and you move these projects forward, because you just said it, we can't do it. We need this going on. So to get the ball, so to go from the first floor up to the finish, that's what we need. That's what you're saying right there. Am I right?
Understood, and that is what we've done for, you know, a fair number of these projects. But, you know, outside of capital projects, there's, you know, day-to-day operations of DPW that need to happen.
Oh, yeah.
You know,
So if you had-
so
Yeah, if you had that other person part-time or anything, it might help your stress level and everything going on.
Okay.
Thank you.
So it sounds like they need more help.
They
in
need more help.
budgets.
That's what he
Okay.
just said. He needs more help.
Okay. I'm fine with this now.
Based on Councilman Lawson's question, Mr. Moore, did you have an additional comment? Staying specific to his,
Yes, the process really is the department that is requesting the RFP will work with the purchasing department to work up the specs. And that could take anywhere from a few days to a few weeks or a few months, depending on the scope. And then from there, the RFP is posted. Usually it's 2 to 3 weeks until it's opened, and then bids are read and they're reviewed. But, you know, it's a matter of who's going to put the specs together. Generally, if the fire wants a truck, then they really know the specs. They've done this before. But purchasing can work with them to help generate that. But it's normally initiated either through the budget process in capital, so you know which projects, or if something comes up that's outside of that, the department would go to the mayor first really to say, look, because if you're going out to bid, it's usually at least $10,000.
Okay, thank you. You want to add anything, or we'll go on to the, okay, thank you. Next item.
Receive report requested of Chief Quick, Fire Chief for City of East Providence. Present and receive report, Council Vice President Rigo. Rescue calls for July to 02916 Rumford, Monday through Friday, calls after 5 p.m. Rescue calls for July to 02916 Rumford for Saturday and Sunday all day.
Councilman, do you want to preface this with comments, or do you want to go into the report?
I see that the Battalion Chief, Assistant Chief, I want to get your title right there, Mr. Carey, Battalion Chief. I think for the sake of time, I would like this report to be read into the record by the clerk, and we can look at it ourselves. So at this time, I move to just have this report read into the record.
Sure, I don't think we need a motion. We can just, you're not saying all in.
Well, yeah, I
We're
mean,
accepting this.
we're accepting.
We're not going to read everything.
No, we're not going to read it. We're going to accept it in the record. Thank you, Battalion Chief Carey, for your time in putting this report together.
Chief, do you want to make a summary comment?
If you look at, there's 6 different reports broken down by what the councilman requested. If you look at each line, just start on the first page, you'll see the heading at each one.
I wanted it just read.
All right, you don't want, okay,
yeah,
thank you,
yeah,
Chief.
yeah.
You're all set.
First,
Just put it into the record. Yeah. Okay. We can look at it. I just wanted it.
Number 4,
So it becomes part of the public record. If anyone can see it,
That's what I mean.
request it from the
That's all
clerk's
I
office.
wanted.
Exactly.
It. Yeah.
Clarify what you meant by red.
Yep. That's what I meant.
thank you.
Actually, if I could get a copy of that emailed to me for the record, because I wasn't furnished with a copy. The next item is discussion on police station renovation and funding. Discussion only. Councilman Lawson.
So this is just being proactive. The engineers are now going through the building. I'd like us to focus to be ready when they come in with the recommendations, with the funding. Napoleon mentioned some money out there that they're going to be looking for as well. I think after tonight, after the allocation of ARPA funds, we need to consider what's left and maybe put a freeze on things until this police station's renovated. To me, it's a higher priority than most of the other things. This city, too many years, we did deferred maintenance, and you look at where it's gotten us. This has to be the priority, the police station. I walked through a council president, and it needs to work. So I just wanted to start. There's nothing to vote or anything say tonight, but we do need to consider that it is going to cost money, and we need to be ready to go as soon as the architects come back with the plan. So if anybody had any other thoughts of funding, I know we're going to be doing capital during the budget. We got ARPA, which they just renovated the dispatch center and station, was it 3 up there?
Yes.
So that funding is appropriate to renovate the police station. I know Station 2 down in Riverside, it's going to need some work in the kitchen. So I just wanted to put these needs of our public safety buildings that let people know that we got to be ready to finance them. So that's all I got for that.
Thank you. Did you have something along that line?
Yeah, just a quick update in regards to the funding that you were talking about. The governor last week released $11 million in grant opportunities. They're doing a survey now to gauge interest, but it has to be $1 million and above. The grant application we're expecting to fill out or to have completed in September. We're way ahead of most other municipalities because we've already been planning on renovations. But I just wanted to inform the council that there is some money out there that we're going to leverage, hopefully with ARPA funds.
Is it a match grant?
It is.
Okay. All right. So let's be prepared for that match. That's all I'm doing is just trying to get us ready to go.
We're on the same
when-
page here.
Awesome. Perfect. Thank you.
You. Next item.
Possible suggestions for amendments regarding council interactions to the City of East Providence Charter Section 2-18. It's Council President Rodrick and Council Vice President Rego.
Thank you. Vice President Rego and myself have been meeting with administration and discussing ways of just all getting on the same page. It's kind of a common denominator here with some of the items throughout this agenda. I don't think tonight we are preparing any specific ordinance recommendations, but for instance, kind of a reminder to ourselves, council people, that with the new form of government and the new ordinance that is on the books, we need to be careful when contacting department heads. And we need to remind the administration and department heads that that's part of our job, is representing constituents. So when we get a call, like we all get several times in a week, there's a sinkhole in front of my house and the water pipe is burst and water is spurting through the air. So as a council member, do we do nothing? Or do we do what the current policy kind of states, that we're supposed to fill out a form, email it in to administration, someone in administration will get back to us. In the meantime, the water's flowing, the residents upset, and looks like we're not doing anything. And so we understand that we cannot and should not and will not direct department heads or any city staff to do anything. That's against policy, it's not our job. But we want to feel comfortable in being able to call let's call him the man of the night, Dan Borges, gets a lot of these. Dan, there's an explosion on Smith Street and the water pipe is burst, or there's a leak here or there, or there's there's tree hanging over an electrical line and the line's coming down, and we just want to let you know about it. Now, I know that sometimes we will go too far, and so we need to be careful not to do that. I think we're being pretty good about it, and most administration is pretty fair, and I think we've all kind of relaxed the current policy on the books, which was born of some prior, before all of us, some negative happenings that were going on in the council and city. So I think we're getting there, and I'm probably not making a lot of sense because I'm all over the lot here, but I think everyone gets the point. I've talked with Director Gonzalez at length about this, and I appreciate you saying, you don't mind a phone call, but sometimes if we can't reach you, and we're not going to call the mayor on every pothole request, or we'll call the mayor for every tree limb that's down. He's going to be busy on Facebook or something. Anyway, just kidding. So, and those aren't bad things. I like the promotion of our city, so let's keep that straight.
Yeah.
So do you understand what I'm saying, Mr.
Yeah, I just want to say a couple of things. We haven't requested one document from you guys when it comes to requesting for assistance. I think it's been working okay with you contacting the department heads. The only thing that we have caution of is what you were saying, alluding to earlier, when they've gone too far in certain areas in which could be posed problematic when it comes to ethics. The rest of it, we encourage you to call. I know the mayor, he encourages you to call. You got a pothole that you see a problem with, we encourage you to call. We're not trying to limit communications. There's just certain areas that are problematic. And as we had discussed, and you agree.
So I just wanted to re-look at the whole area, and just remember, there is a policy in writing that does require us.
Email's the best way. There's a paper trail.
Yeah, but immediately we want to call.
And I make it a practice. I always CC Napoleon if I'm emailing, asking for something, just for general info.
Right. Okay, I think that covers it. Councilman Rego, do you want to add to that?
I just said, you say that. I don't think, we need to communicate, have some follow-up, and I don't think any of the five of us here, get to the point where we're going to order somebody to go out tomorrow at 4 o'clock in the afternoon to do a pothole or anything like that. I think all my requests have been, hey, somebody's complaining. Usually my two favorite people are right here in the audience right now, the Department of DPW and the chief for all the speeding and stop sign violations.
They keep changing their phone numbers. How do you get?
Well, since the chief hasn't been answering me, that's why there's been construction going down his street.
Thank you for understanding, colleagues. Madam Clerk, next we go on to public hearings.
An ordinance and amendment of Chapter 18 of the revised ordinances of the City of East Providence, Rhode Island, 1998, as amended, entitled Vehicles and Traffic. Summary, Section 18-307, entitled Parking Prohibited at All Times, Troughton Place. Sponsor, Council President Rodrick and Councilwoman Sousa.
We talked about this before. I defer to Councilwoman Souza at this time.
Thank you, Council President. So this is on for second passage, open for public hearing in regards to Paper Street that is along, it's been abandoned, but does have some negative impact on the abutting properties if said section of that Paper Street is being utilized for parking, being able to turn in and out, or having access to emergency vehicles can be problematic, and it has been of recent. So this is just an effort to keep that section of that Paper Street, which is still maintained by the city, in an open access for both abutting property owners. And then we'll open the.
This is a public hearing. If there aren't any other comments right now by council, I'd open it up to the floor for public comment. Is there anyone who wants to speak on this issue? This is for the street names of Troughton Place on the east side from a point 100 feet north of Grove Avenue, northerly 75 feet. Anyone who'd like to speak on this or against? Hearing none, what is your pleasure? Is that a motion, Councilwoman?
It's a motion to.
Second.
A very loud motion by the councilwoman, second by Councilman Lawson. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you.
An ordinance of the Council of City of East Providence appropriate $150,000 for general and basketball court improvements at Glenlyn Park.
What? This is Councilman Rigo. You have it.
I got it. Just waiting for my colleague from Riverside to give me a hard time here. Yeah. So basically, fellow council people, there is money that was allocated towards the lights up at Glenline for the baseball field. But with the vision coming along that we want to make a big, nice baseball complex up at Kimberly and Rock, sat down with the administration, and that hopefully will come to fruition soon. But at this time, to take the $150,000 for the lights and transform it into $150,000 of improvements for the basketball court and any other aspects that DPW might see sufficient to improve Glenline. That's the motion. That's the ordinance right now in front of us.
Also, a public hearing, reserve comments from the council. Is there anyone here, public, would like to speak on the Glenline field appropriation? There have been monies already appropriated. It's kind of a little bit of a change order. Ask one more time. Are there any other comments? Anyone in the area? Thompson of Glenline Park. Any other council comments? Hearing none, Councilman Rigo, is that a motion?
Yes, sir.
Second.
Motion by Councilman Rigo, seconded by Councilman Lawson. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. Next hearing.
An ordinance of the Council of the City of East Providence appropriating $50,000 for improvements to Lyleborn Playground. Sponsor, Council Vice President Rigo.
Councilman, you want to describe it?
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Again, this is a transfer of funds. This money, this $50,000 was allocated to make a little playground park up at Kimberly and Rock. But again, with the process that we're hoping happens in the next 3 to 4 years, we are going to transfer the money to the Lyle Bourne Park, which is located off a new road in the Ward 1 district.
Thank you.
I
And
make a
just to edify this for anyone here or those watching, we're not, with some of these projects, if not all of them, we're not pulling new money out of the sky. These are capital budget funds already been earmarked for projects, can only be used for projects like this, and not necessarily affecting a budget. And in a couple of instances tonight, we're just updating and moving it around. So this is not a newfound cache of money. Are there any public comments on this?
I move
This
my
is
motion.
for improvements to Lyle Bourne Playground. For those who don't know, because I have heard from a lot of people that they're not even aware of what that is, where it is. Really a gorgeous, wide open, green area with a little bit of recreation in there and some picnic attributes right up off Roger Williams.
It runs between Roger Williams and New Road.
Right. And so I take that as a motion,
Yeah,
Councilman Rizzo.
definitely overdue. Looking at pictures of my 30-year-old daughter and 28-year-old son, and they're on toys up there that are still there. So I think it's time for an improvement to that park.
Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Lawson. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, the ayes have it. Any opposed? The ayes have it unanimously. Thank you. And next.
Receive reports from Census Gatso on school safety and speed camera and act on possible audit. Discuss and vote full city council. Would you like me to go through the various items?
No, that's okay. We had asked for the previous meeting, a number of questions. I think they've been discussed widely in public and at the last meeting. And we needed some more time, and we will have the presentation tonight. And any other questions, council members?
Oh, we got them. You got questions.
Sir. And so I would ask the gentleman from the Census Gatso group, if you could, first of all, thank you for coming, and thank you for being willing to come to the last meeting, and we all held off till tonight. Could you please identify yourself for the record and your position, the company, and then you can proceed?
Sure. My name is Bill Braden. I'm the president of Census Gatso US. Thank you for this evening and allowing me to be here.
And if you could just briefly go through this, and then we have specific questions for you.
Sure, not a problem. At the point of moving the slide, do I just reference? All right, perfect.
Just give them a high sign.
No problem. So Census Gatso is the company that assists in regards to the equipment and services for your road safety program. We have been with the community now since early 2021 in regards to services. I have a brief, and I'll make it brief, presentation. It's got 4 elements. A little bit about Census Gatso, some information as to why communities would work towards enactment of a safety program, a little bit of detail of the services we provide specifically to East Providence, and then the most important element, some of the kind of success that the program's had thus far. Slide 1, please. Census Gatso is actually one of the longest tenured vendors in photo enforcement. We go back greater than 60 years and have over 60,000 worldwide installations. Slide, please. Specific in the US in regards to the services and contracts we have, we're in 39 communities. We have over 275 active systems, 50 of those being school zone, so kind of a reference of the service we provide here. And on a monthly average, we do about 90,000 violations processed each month. Slide, please. Going again to the school zone. Right now, we have, as shown there, 7 programs. That 8th one is coming online here very shortly. We're very happy for that. We do, for services nearby, have another community we work by in terms of Rhode Island. Next slide, please. Oh, one more. They go back. There we go. Red light. Red light's the other area we assist in regards to East Providence for your safety initiatives. Again, it just gives a little bit of a roadmap of where we are actively working outside of this community. Next slide, please. These next 3 highlight a little bit of kind of the idea of road safety and some of those the kind of key elements of why communities look to move forward with photo enforcement. These next 3 specifically talk about kind of that 20, 30, and 40 mile an hour thresholds in reference to kind of the school zone space. You'll see in that slide kind of that peripheral vision and what we got in regards to view as people are driving at those different miles per hour. And you can see it comes down more than 50% as you get from 20 to 40 miles per hour. We get a little bit of tunnel vision as we're coming through zones, and we lose sight of what might be there in regards to children being in the nearby space. Next slide, please. The other thing that kind of falls in that same category of why we look to make sure we're driving safely in those school zones is that braking distance. As you can see, as we get between that difference between 20 and 30, not even going to that 40 mile an hour threshold, there's a significant jump in regards to that braking distance. It almost doubles. Next slide. Last of these elements around that school zone speed and kind of those indicators of why we would look to try and enact those is basically the safety element. If somebody were to be hit by a vehicle at different miles per hour, this speaks to in regards to that real severe in terms of accident. Again, that dangerous speeding at 20 only presents that 8% of real severe injury. You get up into that greater 40 miles per hour, you're at 46% in regards to that. And next slide, please. Thank you. Not our stats, but something that's commonly kind of introduced in kind of decision making. Yep.
Are we talking about the data or the overall program?
No, this is,
I thought we were looking.
yeah, we're looking at the
numbers
data. This
specific
looks
to
like
East
something that I would see at the Jacob Javits Center if I was going to a.
No worries. I have that later in the presentation. I didn't know where the council was.
You wanna see- yeah, we- this is-
Absolutely. Happy to do so.
Yeah, thank you.
If you want to forward, this was a map specific of your community. Would you want to speak to that?
We can get
There's
it.
a whole list of questions.
Okay.
We have a whole, we all have a lot of questions here
Sure.
and everything based on information that has been going on for about 60 days now.
Okay. If you wanted to keep going down the slides then, I won't speak to that. These are the metrics that are also inclusive of that packet I shared with you and kind of
You can
the,
go back to that last slide before, the slide before.
absolutely.
Sir, thank you.
Was there some,
We'll talk about this. We'll talk about this. We have that. We have a lot of questions on,
okay.
on your workability here.
Okay.
All right, so why don't we save time, hold off on this? Councilman Rigo had initially asked for this on the agenda. If you
Sure.
want to start
Yeah.
with some questions, and I would just ask members to go through the chair if you want to interrupt him, and we'll all have our turn. But Councilman, if you want to proceed, the agenda does list.
Yep.
Some of the
Let me
questions,
get back
and-
to the agenda there.
President Roderick?
Yes.
Do you want me to provide Bill Braden with the report that you were provided with?
We finish with this, yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. So let me put these. I have questions here. So the first number of citations, well, number of events from your company issued from inception to June 30th, 2023, you reported back to us at 264,175. Where did that number come? Where did you get that number from?
Through automation of reports that come off of the systems and off the roadway.
So you'd be able to provide us with that report?
Yeah,
Because
it breaks into segments of time.
You'll be able to provide us with the report, just not the number? I'm asking you like where you got the number from.
Yeah, we can provide the reports.
So you will
Yes.
send it to the clerk's office?
Yeah, and just for clarity, the community also can access those reports and run them. There's no,
Well, that's news to us.
Yeah.
So anyways,
I mean, a lot of that information that's in that packet answers your questions. That information was generated from our internal
But-
access to the information.
okay, so the internal report said that Nicole Rand says 262,567. So we got a little differential as far as incidents are concerned. And just like with elections, this thing should be, this should be right on. His report should match our report. So there's almost 2,000 incidences that aren't there. That's all I'm saying. This is just like an election. We got to get this right for the people of this city. Do you agree?
I
And
agree,
we
but
should
I-
have it right? Should we have it right? Should they match?
Can I ask a question? Because
Yeah, no, I'm asking my question first. Should they match?
I don't understand your question, so I can't answer it.
He says 264,175. Our report, the report that Nicole ran says 262,567. Those numbers don't match.
So you want to answer as to the discrepancy of it? Is that what the question is?
They should match. The incidents should match.
I don't know how she ran it.
Okay.
well,
Then we'll just-
maybe as a
right.
potential help of that, there's a point for which you run the reports where it's more current information. So if they weren't ran in the same day, your event totals won't align.
They run at the end. They ran June 30th. There were no more speed after June 30th. So.
When we initially got the request, it would have, I think we
All
were
right.
working through it before June 30th, when we were coming to the July 18th meeting.
I understand. All right, thank you. But I'd like to see the report. So,
Yeah.
I'd like to see the report, just not, just the numbers.
That's fair.
Sir. Okay. And then we'll move on to a couple of,
While you're preparing that, Mr. Braden, do you have these questions? We did send them, I think, through Napoleon weeks ago,
Yeah,
sent to you. So-
I'm aware of the work that went into answering them. I don't have our responses in front of me, but I know where the numbers have come from.
Okay, so this is not a surprise to you?
No,
Okay, continue.
okay, let me just get here with all my notes here.
most of it's in there, yeah.
Okay. So number 2. This isn't too bad off. How many tickets were generated from these events from inception to June 30th, 2023? You reported to us at 195,944. And we're pretty close. The municipal court administrator tells us that there's 195,991. So she's over. So I just, that's close. I'm just trying to, I come from the election world and, you got to get things, everything should match.
Understood.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. So, yes, well, especially our signatures, the 5 of us here. That's right. Again, so there's 59,438 tickets are unpaid since the program started, so that you'll be able to find that report. I mean, you'll
Yes.
be able to, okay. Right here. Move along a lot of the numbers here. As we go through here.
Why he's doing, can I ask a question? Why he's organizing?
Absolutely, you can please.
I read through the contract and stuff. There's nothing, no formal ordinance that talks about time and location of these cameras. So if this council had an ordinance that adjusted the times they're on, that's our purview?
We run to the discretion of the community we work with.
Okay, so if we adjusted the times the cameras are on, there's no problem with that?
No, none at all.
Okay, location?
Yeah, we would actively work with you on locations as well.
Okay, so it's under our purview to kind of,
And along those lines, is it still accurate to say that 80% or more are non-East Providence residents getting these? We call it the zip code report.
Yeah,
Are
we
you
did-
aware of any?
Yeah, we did a zip code report in regards to this most recent request. I think the number was 74% at the current count.
Okay.
Yes, through the chair. I did see that number, read the reports, read the contract twice like Mr. Lawson. I appreciate that answer because the time change is crucial for the residents that have most of the problems coming through the city or want to visit our city. Even outstanding ones from out of the city, not necessarily make me proud of it because people want to come to our city. And the signage, I mean, I have a lot of questions too, but my most important one was that fact of the times. That's pretty much why I'm here for that. And then the money's from that until the end of contract. And if we renew it based on a new language, because that's the constituents that I'm hearing from. And when I ran, being a new member, was all day. Our 4 adult children went through that school system and others, and where they are is also of concern. But thank you for that answer. And it's through probably mutual agreement. We can change that through the chair and through the council. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah.
Councilman?
Okay, so in regards to your question 5, well, you might be a lawyer. I don't know what your, I don't know if you're a lawyer or not, but what is your company's definition of adjudication?
I'm not a lawyer in regards to a
What would
reference
you-
of
so
education.
Obviously, you're involved in
Yep.
all this. What is your definition of adjudication?
It's somebody that would have requested a hearing and ultimately was determined not to be guilty.
And dismissals would also count under that?
That is the not guilty component, yes.
Okay, and 30,000, there's been 30,000, I'm sorry, 70,827 have been adjudicated or dismissed. That's the number you sent to us.
Without having the report in front of me, I believe that to be the answer, if that's what you have from our reference. yeah.
So again, we'd be able to.
We would provide the
Now
details.
we can provide the data.
Yeah.
All right, no, thank you, sir, for this information. As I go through, as I got questions through here. And might be coming to the end of some of these questions. Okay.
Is your project manager paid through your company or through the net worth of the?
It's
You have
an
a project
employee.
manager?
It's an employee.
How about the city's project manager?
I don't know what you mean by city project manager.
Well, it says we do.
I mean, we have at the startup of the program in regards to implementation, we have a dedicated resource in regards to helping stand up. It's an implementation manager.
So going in regards to question number 6, there's been a lot of confusion here as far as dollar figures and everything. You reported back to us that there, as of June 30th, $5,572,033. Again, without the report, you would say what you sent to the clerk's office, that would be, you would agree with this number based on what's on this piece of paper.
So there was 2 points of reference for us providing numbers, those for clarity. At one point, we were asked specific to speed, and then it was overall program. So I'd have to confirm which of those 2 numbers is that
All
dollar
right,
amount.
yeah, this is it's total dollars. Okay, acceptable there. In a couple of, well, there's a lot of questions in regards to the contract that I think my fellow council people will have. And, but one of the first questions is, do you have a lobbyist here in Rhode Island?
Consultant.
Who's that? Who's your lobbyist in Rhode Island? Do you have a lobbyist?
We have a consultant in Rhode Island.
Who's your consultant?
Richard Dugan.
Richard Dugan.
Yes.
Oh, Richard. Interesting. And his wife, Ann?
I don't know, Ann.
Okay. All right. No. Okay. And now getting into some of the questions, and there'll be a little bit more, obviously, from all of us. What hours does your staff your call center, and how quickly do you respond to messages left outside of your hours?
I missed the first part of that question, please.
What hours do you staff your call center?
We are 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. in regards to kind of live answering, and then we have somebody that does callbacks until 8 p.m. in the evening.
Okay. When does a citation become late?
I believe it's 30 days in regards to the Rhode Island ordinance, but I'd have to confirm that.
And okay, and what happens to people who lease their cars? And because it doesn't go to the, like if it was me, a couple of cars I own. If it's a lease vehicle,
Sure.
leasing company gets it. So by the time they get it and they pass it along to the person, it's considered late and they're getting late. Is there any?
There's a transfer of liability process that should allow for that, I believe, waiver of that late fee.
Okay.
I could just say, I mean, I was just reviewing one of the reports that I got today. Leasing companies will pay it, but you can also transfer the liability of the leasing company can do that, which sometimes delays payments. But lately, I've been seeing a lot of leasing companies paying the fine within the requisite amount of time. And also, the police department, the people who screen the police, been screening the tickets, will transfer the name if it shows up on the registry database.
And
Council Vice President, did you hear that?
Councilman, what's that?
I don't know if the Council Vice President heard that or not.
Yeah, I heard that.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I got that.
Along your line of questioning on the call center, stick with that topic for
Yeah.
a second. One of the complaints we've been getting is that people aren't getting anybody when they
Okay.
call the call center. So just so you know, later on, I'm going to ask our city clerk to make a few comments. We asked her to get some data together for us, and I know her office has attempted to call, and I think they never got a call back. So that's what we're hearing from the public. And there's some issues about how it's unclear on the form, you know, who to call, where to call. There is a 1-800 number, but people aren't getting callbacks from that number. And there's some other issues with about where you can pay and where you shouldn't pay. We'll get into that, but I don't know if you can address the callback.
The callback, there's been conversations in regards to the community and us in working to improve that. We've recently changed over the leave a message to an opportunity to hold if a person elects to hold. So maybe that'll help out with that component of not necessarily getting the callback. They can elect to hold. But our kind of our standard is to be backed in somebody with the proper information left for us within 1 business day.
Just so you know, there is a prevailing complaint that they're not getting through. They're probably angry enough about a ticket and not going to want to go on hold.
Understood.
But you have
Through the
anything
chair.
different, Councilman Fogarty?
So in reading it, you have company provided the signage that goes with the camera for the speed zone.
Yeah.
Fines and such, footage. It seems confusing, along with the state roads and signs and the colors, and there's so many signs in front of Bayview, Pawtucket Avenue, and there's a tree blocking one of them. So the maintenance of it is Senso's company, your company. They provide the maintenance around the cameras and
We provide maintenance of the cameras, not necessarily the
not
aesthetics.
the surrounding
Not the
areas.
surrounding areas, no.
And the signage you provide before warning the,
Correct.
Right,
The
motorists
signage ahead. If a sign were to go missing, we would work to help out in regards
it's
to
not about missing, it's about the signage, and it seems confusing to me and others, but, so you provide for each location the signage of the warning of it being recorded for speeding, okay.
Correct.
If I may, just for, I mean, because we're always working to improve this, and we've had several meetings with the city clerk and our Mr. Court Administrator in regards to improving this process. So I'm just interested, what's confusing about the signs?
There's too many,
There's too many of them.
yeah, and different ones and different colors and.
Usually the ones
Right on
with the speed
Pawtucket
cameras are primarily yellow, or neon green, and then white. I mean, I think they're pretty self-explanatory.
I think the colors are a state law.
Yes.
Okay.
That's mandated by state law, and sometimes the complaints are there aren't enough. People don't see a sign, all of a sudden there's the flashing. So it's a little bit of both.
If I may, just in regards to what you guys see up on the screen is in the citations, we're actively working on making that easier. But what we're finding is people aren't reading it. And that's the main part of the problem. The information is accurate and it's there. We're just trying to make it as easy as possible and stick out for people to be able to read it. A lot of people aren't reading it specifically. They're not looking at it. They're panicking and they're making calls. So we're actively working with the company and also working with the city clerk and Mr. Court Administrator to make it more emboldened so that it'll pop out as to what to do with the ticket. But a lot of that is also regulated. I mean, I think there's the state statute quoted in there. There's information about the vicinity of it and also the speed and some explanation as to what to do. So we want to make it a little easier for people to say. We're talking about, we just recently had a discussion last week about maybe adding another page to the citation when it goes out that clearly outlines your rights when it comes to getting these speed violations, and also kind of gives them a guide so they can see it. But it's a lot of information, but it's information that's necessary. But if people take the time to read it, it's pretty easy to understand. It's just, people don't like to read sometimes, and they want to call. And that we're working on a better process. Even today, we were making sure that some of the calls that come in, you can be routed right directly to Census GATSO. So it's a work in progress.
So you have a question, or am I,
No, I was just gonna go to you and then Laura.
Rick, do you have a?
Napoleon, how many companies bid on this contract?
There were 2 other companies.
How many, do this type of business?
I don't know. I mean, that we put out, I believe it was before my time. I think we put out an RFP based on the council's interest in this program.
And how did we gauge that Census was the best? Was it money? Was
It
it?
was money, it was tickets. One of them was definitely, they wanted a bigger cut. The other company, the company that's in Providence, there was some issues we looked at that we weren't particularly happy with.
Okay.
And so we limited it. I mean, we didn't limit it.
And were they all the same where it blew my mind. I didn't realize the city doesn't collect the money that the vendor collects and then pays the city? Is that common practice with every company that does this type of work?
I'm sorry, I missed your question. The city solicitor was.
It kind of throws me that we don't collect the money from tickets that the city of East Providence generate, outside vendor does, and then they pay us.
Yeah, that was.
To me, sounds backwards.
Yeah, it was Chief Nebus who made a decision, one of the decisions that we wanted them to collect it, because then we would put more pressure on our staff to be able to do that. And they provided a service for us. And to be honest with you, going back and thinking about the contract was awarded by the city council. It was, in comparison to the other contracts, significantly better.
So along those lines, did you finish with that? Hold on to your questions. We can come back with more. I'd like
With
to.
that said, can I
Go
add
ahead,
to that?
sure.
So with that said, part of your contract, so the only persons or firms or corporations interested in this agreement were nobody known about it before we had this agreement with Sensos? There's no other persons known?
I'm sorry, I don't understand your question.
Sensos agreement was a bid process,
I think there were 2.
and the other bids are on record?
Can we have copies
Thank
of
you.
those other bids? Like,
I can,
I assume we still have them,
I
but
would hope we would still have them. It's only been 2 years.
I don't know if we save old bids, to be honest with you, but there was a bid process that would be in the record of the city clerk's office. The bids that we had in the contract.
So I'd like to switch gears a little. We can come back more. I'd like to ask the city clerk, who has.
I still have a lot of
Yeah.
in-depth stuff before I'd like to get to.
Well, we'll get to it, yeah. Let's get to, Councilman Rigo and I had met with the clerk's office, and one of our concerns is that there's a lot of burden on the city clerk's office, that they were not, is this your report you're sending down? One of these. Okay.
Is Bill still involved? Or are we?
well, you guys are going to talk about the clerk's office, so I was figuring.
Well,
maybe-
but some of it,
Yeah, some
we
of it has
want
to
to
do with
bring to
Bill.
his attention.
Not stepping away. You just-
No, I just didn't know.
Right.
I didn't know if Napoleon nudged you.
So I'd ask the, Madam Clerk, without going into word for word specifics, you could summarize some of your findings. I mean, basically, there's a lot more work for our clerk's office than what was expected, is what we're hearing.
Yeah, I've created 2 reports for you here. One's a visual and one's more of a narrative. But I think there's been some unintended impact on the clerk's office with the launch of this program. You'll see a tally of received calls. In May, there were 182. In June, 159. And in July, 105. The clerk's office is the general clearinghouse for information for the city often. We are constantly forwarding calls and helping provide information and customer service whenever we can for whatever department or whatever information we can provide for the city. But we are faced with a fair amount of what I would say is outside normal customer service. We have customers who've mailed checks and have copies of their canceled checks and bring them back into our office because their citation is still unpaid. We have customers who bring bounce checks and they're coming back in to pay. We're constantly modifying fees and late fees. Customers who want to transfer responsibility because they were not driving the vehicle. People who have lost their citations, so we're emailing, printing, scanning, faxing copies as needed. We do receive regular reports, people that have not received a call back from the 188 number, and people who misunderstand thinking we are the 188 number. So this is truly a regular occurrence. This happened this week. We had somebody come to the counter and say, I've been calling, I've been leaving messages, you aren't getting back to me. And then the clerk who was at the counter for that particular instance asked what number they were calling, and they were in fact calling the Census Gatso number. So we really deal with a fair amount of aggravation caused by misunderstanding of who we are and who Census Gatso is. And then I listed off regular misunderstandings that we don't actually collect these fees. We've created a service to service our people to get the payments to Census Gatso. So in a way, we've kind of become a collection agency for their company in an effort to offer customer service to our citizens. The citation itself says that they do not take payments at the police department, but it does not list City Hall. As Napoleon said, I listed the dates here. We have met 6 times between Napoleon and the municipal court administrator and myself to try and tackle some of these things. I did meet with the mayor once and Patricia about recommendations to having a landing page of information on the website. And Patricia did have that updated within days. It was really lovely. I really appreciate it. So that's basically the information that I wanted to share. There's some costs to the department that Deputy Stoddard had put together. That's listed here as well. But I guess those are my comments if you have any questions for me.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go back to Councilman Rigo and pick up some other questions. If you have, if not, we could ask Mr. Braden to respond to the clerk's comment.
Well, I'd like him, since it's fresh, I would prefer him to
You have a reaction to the concerns of our clerk's department, that initially they were supposed to have very little, if any, involvement with the program, but now a good portion of what they do is spent on this.
Yeah, we met about 10 days ago. Is that about right? About that, what Napoleon referred to a little bit ago, about adjusting the citations themselves to help out with maybe some of the foot traffic that's coming in to visit. We've also offered that there's an automation process that can be built into the phone system to kind of just press the number 2 or whatever number may be to have them jump into our phone queue if people are calling in. That's been something that's been beneficial for other programs.
Can you add to the wording of the citations, like it says you can't pay your ticket at the police station, but it would help, I think, the clerk's office if you could add that you cannot pay for this ticket at City Hall. We don't want people coming in here other than court night.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt. It's just, I've been familiar and we've been dealing with this for a while and we've been working at it. We are in that second page is where we want to be able to put the announcement is that you don't go to the police station or don't go to City Hall to pay your ticket. You contact Census Gatso. This is where you can mail it to. This is who you can call. So we have been actively working on it, but also what I wanted to say this, and this is based on their own information that they gave it to us. When you break down the numbers, it's 1.57 between a walk-in or a telephone call an hour. We divided amongst 6 staff members.
But they're doing other things too. They're doing birth certificates, they're doing land transfers, they're doing death certificates. That wasn't, just to make it sound like they're only doing 1.6, they're doing a lot of other things. I mean, you make it sound like they're sitting around eating bonbons.
Well, that's why through the chair. I
Councilman
didn't want to make it that obvious, but we're trying to eliminate them from doing the Senso's job.
No,
That's
I
the
understand
purpose.
that.
That's all. It's not to criticize,
Yeah.
and their
Yeah.
workload is enough, in my opinion. I haven't even tapped into it yet, nor should I. But regardless, it's about the Senso's.
Yeah, well, which we're working to
responsibility.
try to deal with those issues, but I also want you to be mindful of the fact that, and I'm sure the chief can attest to this, and some of you guys have been in this community a lot longer than that, but the police officers used to write a lot more tickets, and the dockets were a lot more full with people coming to court. It's kind of changed the dynamics. I understand that Census Gatto
I'd
now
rather
is,
have the police writing the tickets.
if we could do that, if we could put a police officer in every corner, that would be the ideal way.
We get it
Second.
all, because right now, if you said that, 42, we don't make money on the first 58 and a half tickets in the school zone.
Okay.
So, but every ticket
public
that a
safety.
police officer writes for 70, for whatever the amount is, we get it all. His company is getting, again, his company gets the $2,500 for a location plus $7.30 out of a $50 ticket. So we make $42.70 a ticket, but we don't make anything until the 59 ticket.
Do you think we
Data
run
that-
more than 59 tickets per location?
But we're making nothing.
I think I saw the bill. It was $9,000 for last month.
But what I'm saying here is ticket number 1 through 58 that the police write, we get it all.
You work for a private business, right?
So what I'm saying is we're not making money off the first 50. Do you understand? We're not making
I
money
get
off the
that.
first 58 and a half.
Yeah.
But the first 58 and a half tickets written by an East Providence police officer, we get it all.
You don't think that's a cost to us to have the police officer writing tickets out there? Is that cost factored into how you look at it?
He's working this post. They have a radar gun. He works it. He pulls over tickets. I'm not saying he does it all day. It's his job. They're not going to just be pulling over everybody.
Well, the point I'm trying to get at, this is also a cost doing it the other way. To us, this is an efficient way of being able to do it and protect the society. It's all about public safety. And this is a serious issue. Going back to what you guys were saying, is that a majority of our tickets, and I would say almost all of them, they're going over the posted speed limit. Forget about the school speed limit at 20 miles an hour. They're going over the posted speed limit. So all you guys are doing is encouraging people to speed in the city. If that's what you want,
Nobody's saying we're encouraging.
I
I'm
disagree with that statement.
I'm not saying that. Nobody has said that we want to encourage it. I mean,
All right, let's get a little more
Well,
specific. I think one other thing that should be said is, other than the clerk's office, the police department has had some increased responsibility, right there. Chief, can you describe how many of your officers are tied up with this?
Sure. It's the primary responsibility of my traffic unit to review the events and either issue or not issue the violation. I have 4. I have 1 sergeant and 3 patrol officers in the traffic unit. In speaking with them and my command staff, they spend approximately an hour a day of their shift reviewing events. We also, if the traffic unit has other responsibilities, if we have any type of fatal car crash, serious car crash that ties them up, we do offer it as a paid detail to officers, usually a 4-hour block per week, so we don't fall too behind. We do get some of those phone calls that the clerk was alluding to. We absolutely do. From my people, oftentimes they'll ask them, did you call Census Gatso? Yes. When did you call them? 5 minutes ago, and they haven't called back yet. So there is some, level of frustration, impatience, I guess you could call it. And we answer those calls also.
Okay, so let's pull this together. We've got a lot.
One quick question.
know,
Out of all these tickets written, how many resulted in an accident, somebody getting hit, anything?
Out of the speed camera, I don't have those numbers.
So
I don't-
looking at a picture, an
Mhm.
officer can assess this is creating an unsafe situation based on a camera hitting the speed. Because I see some tickets, there's no car in sight, nobody on a sidewalk. They may be going 11 to 12 over, I get
Mhm.
it. It's
It's-
speeding, but
Right.
you guys are saying it's to create a safe situation, but you're telling me there's been no accidents attached to all these tickets.
Well, I didn't say that. I'm
How
not,
many accidents during the Monday through Friday timeframe that these cameras are on have been recorded going up and down in front of these school zones?
I mean, I'm not aware of, we're reviewing an image and of short video. I'm not aware of any crashes related to a video.
What's supposed to prevent the accident?
Right. It's a,
Yeah,
And
okay.
if we're giving out tickets, how is that preventing the accident?
Track of comparing both our accidents to what we got as far as tickets.
A human being can better assess the safety than a camera. That's just my opinion.
Efficiently, though. I mean, are we going to be able to do that? I mean,
Question.
Okay, Councilman
Chief.
Fogarty.
human beings making that decision.
Hold up, please, hold up.
Excuse
Councilman
me,
Fogarty.
Chief, do you think the union would negotiate or possibly be interested in a pilot program? Maybe some retired officers to get involved in a pilot program with a paid assistance from the revenue generated by a speeder, tickets. It's a union negotiating / retiree, like not a pension, not something we have to pay into.
I just, the union does represent retired officers. The union does not represent retired officers.
How about just a pilot program in the city, like we have traffic for traffic jobs, right?
Mhm.
Any interest in negotiating a traffic
well,
toll
we
that
have.
can give citations for speeding at a reduced rate and paid for with the speeding monies?
We have federal and state dollars to pay for details for traffic enforcement.
Right.
We cannot fill those. It was once due to manpower that we needed the officers on patrol, so there wasn't enough hours in the day to have them fill that. And now there's not, a ton of interest in working those details.
Would there be?
Anyone can work them at any time.
Does it have to be a union job by law?
Well, not by law, it's just,
So could it be
Everybody's a
could it
union
be
member.
Something to talk about.
Reserve officer?
Well,
We can, good idea to talk about.
I'm just asking.
well, reserve, I mean,
Yes.
reserve
I do know-
officers, that's
I
another
do-
can
I
of
do know
worms
this. Hold on,
insurance-wise.
everyone.
Is it a possibility?
It's, I mean, anything's a possibility.
Thank
I
you.
just don't know where
Thank you.
we're kind of going here.
And I will add this about details. They are difficult to get. I know we were at fireworks. Yes, I think we were looking around. There weren't a lot of police coverage, and we were pretty much told no one really wanted the detail, right? I know that happens at sporting events, high school games. It's different. But here's where I see us going now, so we don't stay on this all night. Here are, you can get back, okay, but here are some things I'm taking from this to get specific. Now that we know we can do some of this, I thank the council members for bringing this forward. We know we can change times. We know we can talk about location. We can talk about the schools, and we have some issues with the calling, the call center. So why don't we, going forward in a subsequent meeting, maybe the next one, Mr. Solicitor, would it take a resolution? I'll give you an example. We wanted to make a time change, 7 to 9 in the morning, 2 to 4 in the afternoon, or 3, whatever it is. Would that have to be in the form of a resolution?
I think,
Or would
again,
we have to negotiate with Gatsby?
well, I think, first of all, you'd have to negotiate, I believe you have to negotiate with, because we have a contract that doesn't specify the hours. So that would
He
be,
just said that we can do it.
I know, there's a negotiation. He's willing to do it. That's fine, but he's got to agree. It's got to
It
be a
didn't sound like
negotiation.
it needed to
It
be
doesn't need
negotiated.
it. It's,
It sounded like we could just, because it's our city, we could determine the time and place of these cameras.
Well, from a legal perspective, I'm telling you, we have a signed contract that if he wants to, if he did say he would agree
The
to,
contract doesn't state
So we would work
time,
he said he would work with you on time. That's what he said.
but the contract doesn't state time and locations.
it's
I
not,
know, but so if you add time and location, that's a change of the contract. That's my point. So you have to renegotiate it. If it doesn't say time and location, you're adding a new term, which that would be, it has to be renegotiated. That's,
We'll put it forward and see.
Well,
Through the chair, I
the
think we're
ordinance
just-
for next meeting.
Chair, I think we're just trying to resolve this with patience and kindness for the citizens and with the owner and president. I appreciate you being
Not
here.
owner, not owner.
Well, the president.
Yeah.
Well, you're the president.
Yeah.
And I appreciate that effort and you agreeing to that request. So
I agree,
we'll
we
go from
would
there.
work with you on it, yes.
Thank you.
Anything that we haven't brought up?
yeah,
yet?
I got some more things in this
All right,
contract.
but we've got a
Well,
lot
yeah, well,
going on here. Go ahead,
yeah, but
continue.
it's important.
Councilman, can I just ask a quick question?
Yeah,
The
absolutely.
apparatuses are owned by whom?
Census Scatso.
Okay, and they're standardized, there's no modifications
gonna
that can
cut
be
me
done
off
to
because
those
of the-
apparatuses?
That's correct.
Like color or?
No, if that's a request of the community, we can work on some type of color scheme for the, like the enclosures and so forth. That could be done, yes.
Out of the negotiation of the contract.
Yeah, so we can work with that in regards to negotiation and contract, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. One thing that was pointed out to me, and I received it from a constituent, and it's city marks, and you have the authorization to use any city marks, which is obviously the police department's logo, et cetera, in there, if I read this correctly. Right here on section 4.3, city marks. Let me bring my glasses out. The city hereby grants its affiliates a non-exclusive, non-transferable license terms. Basically, you can use the city marks, which would be the city name, seal, logo, domain, et cetera, to go out and.
Your 4.3 is different than mine.
I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I should have had my reading glasses on beforehand. 5.4/3, it says city marks. And this is going to be a question for you and a question to our solicitor. So I read it here where you can use.
And for clarity, I'm newer to Census Gatso. I wasn't here at that December 2020 window.
So you can use the city logo, the police department's logo, everything. That's in this contract, correct, Michael?
Yes.
Okay. So that's good there. Now, to you, Mr. Solicitor, do you, as our agent and our lawyer, do you review the paper? Do you review all the notices and everything that have been set up that they send out to people?
No.
Okay. So I do have an issue with like a letter that is unbecoming of this city that was sent to one of my constituents to raise money. It almost sounds like a letter that Tony Soprano would have sent in regards to collecting a late fee. It borderlines an harassing letter. It's like one of those that you get from when I was young and I used to get Sports Illustrated and renew my subscription and my parents would find it. It's not conducive to the philosophy, I think, of the administration, and I definitely know of my 5 city council people. I couldn't get it printed out. I'd be more than happy to send it in an email to everybody right here.
I'm not familiar with what notice you're speaking of.
Let me bring it up right here. But we can work on that for an issue. I just don't like the language on that thing. But that's fine. We all can agree to disagree. Maybe, it just happens to be a constituent of mine.
I don't know if I'm agreeing or disagreeing, because I don't know what
All right,
form.
so let me just bring it up here real quick. And let me see here. See how good I can bring it up on my phone that's been acting up.
And Frank, when we're done, didn't Dan say he had to get to the airport?
All right.
If we can
So-
accommodate him.
It's just, as you know,
You're talking about a collection letter?
yeah, it's a collection letter. It just says, where are we? It just says failure to promptly pay the total amount specified may result. I'm just reading it because Dan's got to get up. Further fees and, collection efforts and legal action on behalf of the City of East Providence. There's just some things that, if we can work on the language, and I think since you're using our logo, I would think moving forward, if we're going to do this, I would like to have our solicitor have sign off on any of these letters. Since it is our logo, you have the rights to use it, but I think you represent us. I think it's a fair thing for you to do, that we would look at any sort of letter like this.
It was looked at by the community.
I'm sorry?
It was looked at by the community.
By what community?
East Providence.
Did our solicitor sign off on it?
I don't know the internal process.
He said, all right. So no, I just would like something like this, but especially when you say that you're going to further legal action, I just look at it. I think our solicitor should look at something where it talks about legal action taking place to a citizen of this city or any other city.
Collection letter, right?
What?
The collection letter?
It's a collection letter. Yeah. And again, this is one of those that went The person didn't get it because it went to their, it went to a leasing company. And it's just, I just like to have our solicitor, when you start talking about legal action, he's the legal person in the city. I want to make sure that the language is properly verbiage.
Okay.
And I got more things, but I know that, we've covered a lot of things where, the stress on the community and whole and everything else.
We can
Taking up a
add
lot
it
of
to
our
the
time.
next,
Yeah.
next meeting. In meantime, I'll work with the solicitor's office, maybe the police chief. I'll put together some of those things we talked about wanting to change, get it to all of the council, and then
They can
we'll,
include us, the administration, so we can.
yeah,
as well.
like I said, that would be
Thanks, appreciate it.
solicitor and,
Well, you got to start with him.
Police
He
chief.
gets a little, if you don't say him first, he gets
Yeah.
a little.
Like you, we're a lot alike.
we always want Napoleon there. at the
I just
table.
also add a suggestion. I know, Napoleon, you mentioned about a second page writing, not to call the police department or the city clerks. Most people don't ever get to the second page of any mail that comes in an envelope. It's the first page and nobody cares about the fine print that comes thereafter. So I think it would be behooving of us to put it on the front page in red where it says, make payment to the facility, they're making payment, and in parentheses, in red, neon, whatever color, not to the City of East Providence Clerk Office, nor the City of East Providence Police Department.
We've been going, and the city clerk can confirm that, we've been talking about that, and I think I mentioned it earlier about emboldening certain areas within that. The second page was just gonna be like not a whole lot of information, but big lettering, so that if you happen to look at the second page, it pops out at you.
I think
But
it
I
could
would-
be a second place for it, just as a reminder, but it definitely needs to be on the first page.
No, it's gonna be on both.
Yeah,
It's just
okay.
one is kind of like if you get a mailing and you look at the second page, I'd hope they look at the second page. It will be big enough for them to be able to notice. I know when I go through my mail, there might be something that's specific and it has a lot like this, there's a lot of writing on it. But then I'll look at the second page, it doesn't have as much writing on it. That'd draw my attention. That's the whole idea behind it. But we're welcome to any kind of suggestions you guys have to improve the process and make it more efficient and make it easier on everybody. That'd be great, because this is for public safety.
We will do
And
that.
just as a reminder, most people don't get a ticket unless they're going above the regular posted speed limit, not even the school zone posted limit. So you guys would be encouraging people to speed.
I don't think that that's a fair thing to say.
That's not a true
Most people
statement.
who get into
Stop saying
accidents,
that.
I wish you
No.
would please
most
stop
people who get
saying
into
that.
accidents throughout the city are not even in camera zones. So,
But you encourage.
and those people are probably speeding maybe or not being mindful. So it's, don't say that.
Yeah,
to the
no,
council.
no one, no one.
Respectfully.
Yeah, please do
Agree.
not
Do not
say
say
that
that.
I disagree.
Well, that's fine. but- well, we're-
Disagreements
we're-
noted, Councilman.
No,
finish?
the clerk had her question first before I finish.
In review of this information, and as I was delivering the information that I was delivering, is there actually some reason why the clerk's office can't just defer all calls to Census Gatso?
I think
Well,
that's a great
what-
idea.
That's what really the contract is, right? It says that calls are not to come to the clerk's office, so.
If they're handling all the money, why is our clerk office involved?
If there's a reschedule, if there's a problem with the ticket, the new officer reviews it. If there's something to do with the plates, you'd be causing even more of a problem if you refer all calls to Census Gatso.
No, municipal court matters could be handled through the municipal court. and
Court
through the
matters, yeah.
municipal
Yeah,
court.
so they'd have to call them to reschedule, right? If you have a court date that's scheduled related to a speed camera, just like any other ticket, you have to call the municipal court. administrator to
Absolutely.
reschedule.
Hang on, Napoleon, let the clerk finish. What do you?
Well, Napoleon is saying that 1.5 calls is not a big impact, so then it seems
calls
like it
and
wouldn't be
walk-ins.
that big of a deal
Stop
to
talking over her,
defer
please.
those phone calls back to Census Gatso and connect them directly, and they can process all of their payments, and we can handle all municipal court matters. And if Census Gatso gets a call regarding a municipal court matter, such as a rescheduled date or a fine forgiveness that only our administrator can take care of, then they can forward that call to our court administrator.
Well, and we will meet again because you told me, Madam Clerk, you told me that you had met before and someone was there from Census Gatso and they were cooperative and they agreed with some of the changes you wanted to make. So I think we'll get some of this done. So conversation's over. Thank you. I'll send it out. You had one last.
Yeah. Bill, again, I want to thank you for your time here, coming tonight. And I know I've been I've been the one throwing the most questions at you, so I want to thank you. But I have a really important question here. I would, you don't live in Rhode Island, but we have a major construction company that no one ever thought would be on the verge of going Chapter 11 or Chapter 7.
Okay.
And it's been all over the news. My concern is you hold a lot of our money because it all comes to you before you pay us, correct? You send us a check on a monthly basis.
There's a sweep process, yes. But the account's owned by the community, not owned by Census Scatso.
I understand that, but you're holding our money.
No, the bank's holding the money.
Bank's holding the money.
That's just you're the owner of the account.
I just always want to be secure that our money is safe.
No, it's yours. The
Okay.
sweep process.
So if tomorrow morning we get a phone call that you closed, you're done. You file Chapter 7, 11. We have no worries for our money.
That's your money.
All right, that's what I wanted to be sure of. And also at this time, I'd like to thank Chief Francisconi and Malcolm Moore for outstanding reports that they put together. I know we didn't question, you could have stayed home and did the construction site in front of your house, but you came here tonight, and I would be wrong if I didn't thank the two gentlemen here for the fine report that they did.
Okay, well,
Thank you.
Well noted. Thank you.
And thank you again, Bill.
Thank you.
Yep, thank you.
Hopefully your family's doing better there. That incident, I guess, with your mother-in-law.
Yeah, she's got back home. Thank you.
That's good to hear. Thank you.
Before we go to the next item, there was a question about, I know, department head.
Whatever Dan's here for, if we can
Right,
accommodate
was there,
him.
let me ask him if there was a specific item that critical, I know you have a personal appointment you have to leave for. Is there a critical item on the agenda that you need to make a comment on? Or I know you're involved in several of the proposed resolutions here. I have a feeling some of these might be revisited, so we can.
Well, if he wants to give his spiel, I mean.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what, I was here kind of to clarify some of these resolutions. I don't know if we want to just keep going and I'll stay.
It really applies to almost all the resolutions that have been brought up. So, ordinances and contracts.
Yeah, resolutions and ordinances are,
So we're not going to be able to have time to go through them all when he has to leave.
Well, the ordinance, these are all first passage, right?
You get till
Yes.
9:30, you said, right?
Yeah, get another hour.
Yeah, we got another hour.
around for you.
We're in good shape.
I'm just.
No, you're being a great guy tonight.
Guy works his ass off.
I
I just
know.
want to accommodate him.
Yeah, absolutely. Can't.
Cecile, you have your hand up. Would you go to the podium? This is out of order, but we don't mind. Yeah, sure. But it's okay.
Without objection.
Yeah.
Oh, no
Any
objections.
objections?
What are
Okay.
you talking about?
Thank you very much. Candy Seal, 1340 South Broadway, East Providence. Okay. I wonder if these reports from the vendor, the city clerk, and also Captain Quick's report will be part of the public record accessible to the public at some point.
I said that would mind.
They will.
Yep.
Yes.
The police, the fire department.
We might have some paper tonight you can take, but it'll
Thank
be in
you. I
the
mean,
record.
to the general public,
Yeah, so it's going to be.
part of the journal
And
at some point.
Any record and document that's submitted and referred to by this council during a public meeting is a public document. The clerk keeps a record of it. You have to make a public records request for it, and she'll be happy to get it to everybody.
Public records request for it. Thank you very much.
is that a mandatory? You have to do the public request, or can a member just ask?
Well,
The public.
we prefer a public records request because that's how we keep track of it. But if someone
Okay.
wants to get like the minutes of this meeting, I'm sure the clerk will just provide it to her. But
Sure.
documents and whatnot, there's time copying involved. and-
Okay. The bottom line is it will be available to the public.
Okay.
Might-
Even though it was extensively discussed with the numbers and you all referred to it, won't be part of the journal or part of the minutes.
No, but the the meeting is archived and people can always watch it. They go back years because I was checking a few minutes. So anyone who wants to go online on the city website, go to city council, go to archived meetings, and you can watch the whole thing verbatim.
Well, I watched the whole thing, but I
She
didn't
wants
see
the
what you were
copies.
looking at.
Andy, you can have my.
Yeah, yeah.
What, the general public.
Aren't they scanned into the record too, the copies?
I don't know.
I defer that to the clerk, how she does that, but there's a file that every document that's submitted becomes a public record in her file, and as long as it's a public record and people make a request for it, it'll be produced.
Andy, we'll follow through with Jill to make sure that it's.
I just want the general public to see it. Thank you very much.
No,
Thank
no,
you for your time.
New council, new clerk, we'll make sure everything is transparent. Thank you, Candy.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. So I think we're now on to page 13, new business.
We have Mayor, Mayor Communications, Director of Administration, Napoleon Gonzalez.
So I'll make a motion to accept A through H as read under Mayor Communications.
Second.
Motion is made and seconded to accept these items. Is there any discussion on that? Any, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. Do we need to, for the public's edification, do we need to describe anything here?
Nope.
Okay. Next.
Report of school committee liaison, school committee meeting updates.
Excuse me, I'm sorry, 2 would have to be deferred until we come back from an executive session. Report of city solicitor.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
So we'll just do the school committee, I don't know if you have an update.
We all should have received the budget from the school.
Yeah.
That was the big thing they just finished. Other than that, nothing major has been reported. I will say people are already reaching out to me. Apparently, they cut the school budget from what they were requesting. So I don't know if you guys have been getting those calls yet. And other than that, I've been getting calls on the field behind Riverside Middle School if it'll be done by school, and I told them it won't. So I don't know if you're going to get some calls on that one too.
Yeah, we are. I think there's something on here tonight, but it's not going to happen.
Not before school opens. No.
School opens.
So the school department may have
Thank you. And I appreciate you've been attending meetings,
well,
committee when you can. And,
on video and in constant
right,
contact. with
and constant contact, and we have a good rapport, the school committee. Thank you. We will come back later for the city solicitor's report.
May I make a request? As Frank slowly comes back. So the first resolution and number F, if we could put that, I asked Tracy to come if there's any questions regarding these because they deal with Crescent Park and she's been active with it. But so we can let her get out of here if we can.
You mean not F?
In G.
G.
Did I say F?
G. Yeah, G, I think.
Yes, I apologize. I saw authorization. Yep.
But we can
So
still
G-
do the first one.
Yep.
Okay.
So if we could do A and then jump to G while she's here.
Sure.
So if there's any
uh,
questions.
Madam Clerk, we will, under resolutions, start at the beginning with A, if you want to read that title. A.
Resolution authorizing the mayor to enter into a contract for a new building on property adjacent to the Crescent Park Carousel. Sponsor Council President Rodrick and Councilman Lawson.
Long talked about item, I defer to Councilman Lawson, as we are trying to shrink this into specifics and get this done.
Come on, please.
And
So
Crescent
basically,
Park manager is here also.
Yep.
Tracy Johnson.
so tonight the request is to allocate $124,250 towards Northeast Collaborative Architects. They were the firm chosen by the city administration to do the mechanical drawings for a new, I'm going to call it clam shack. We call it concession building and everything. The whole scope of what they're going to be doing, and Tracy, correct me if I miss anything, we're looking to get designs for a pad that will sit an event tent. I haven't heard the size of the tent yet, but we want to ensure there's like electric run out there. So that way, the goal of all this is to stop monetizing a little bit. That doesn't take up city staff to do other than Tracy booking the tent. The other part of this is the new building. So the old clam shack, it's a good problem, but sucks that we got to pay. We just outgrew it. If you ever went down there, Tracy, line was going out there to the parking lot. So Blount, they just basically outgrew it. So we're going to look to get a bigger building for the clam shack. And while we're looking at it, we're going to look at adding office space for Tracy because the Carousel, there's no AC, there's no nothing. And it allows her to be there a little bit more year round if needed, as well as some garage space for storage for various needs of the Carousel. And we're going to look at them doing a landscape design as well. So 124, 250, this money's going to come out of capital funds. So I think last meeting we moved 100 grand over from a proposed skating rink over to this. So after this, we will have about 500,000 in capital, and then I got to ask for an extra $1 million in ARPA funds to get this finally over the finish line. We've been trying to do this for years, and Crescent Park, historically, clam cakes and chowder has been part of the fabric of that park. So that's why we're really advocating to get this done. Tracy, do you want to add anything?
Public restrooms will also
Public
be in that
restrooms as
building.
Did we talk about seating, either indoor or covered?
There will be limited seating indoors. There's a ruling that after so much seating, it changes the
Correct.
way the building is. So it'll be limited seating inside. That way, if the new leaseholder wants to be open year round, they can. We will definitely have seating outside. That's the big draw. The office space so that I can do programming year round. The storage space, before it was a 2-bay garage, we are looking to cut that back a little bit now that some components are not moving forward. However, there is discussion, we may still need that space for the additional bathrooms. So hopefully we'll go a little bit smaller, save a few dollars, but if we're looking to put this building up, we need to make sure that it meets all the goals moving forward. I'd like to only do it once.
Part of the Historical Society gets a lot of say in what happens in that park. So they design, shingles have to match, and well, there's a lot of moving parts. So that's why I am asking for the ARPA funds, so that way we're ready to go as soon as this architect is in. Any questions from anybody?
We have evaluated the top 3 vendors, and we have Northeast Collaborative Architects.
Yep. I did ask for the architects to be here, but I don't know if that request was made to them. I figured if anybody had questions and stuff.
We're really, it's really not a public comment session. I'm sorry. I hate to, I mean,
After the meeting, we'll talk.
If there's no objection and you can keep it within a minute, I would welcome you to come forward without objection.
Yes.
From anyone. But, you know, you can see the precedent we could start if we go off legalities here.
Keeping it green. Linda Leap, 477 Bullocks Point Ave, East Providence. I'm just wondering if you're going to be cutting down trees behind the Carousel. More green space lost in East Providence.
You mean right next to the Carousel?
Actually,
Yeah.
I
or
can
no?
answer that.
Okay, thanks.
At this time, it does not look like we will be cutting any down for the building. We've already had it surveyed out. However, just to make you aware, I don't know if anybody noticed all the tree trimming they did in the last few months down there. My trees are not healthy. So part of the landscape design is going to include putting trees back in because eventually we're going to have to remove some. Just for the record, those pine trees are going to end up taking out the building. So they got to go.
I meant more the woods.
No, the woods is not being touched at all. The building is actually, yeah, it's, if this is the woods, sorry. So if this is the woods and this is the Carousel, this is the building.
Okay.
You know where the dumpster is?
Yeah.
It's going right over there. And the tent is going to go in the big grassy field right here.
Thank you, Tracy.
And I will say, we are very cognizant that this park sits in neighborhoods. So anything we do is with that in mind. We're not looking to overwhelm the neighborhoods. We're not looking to drastically change. Like Tracy said, where we're looking to build, it's already cleared out. Yeah.
So I think we all are on the same page with getting this done. Is that a motion to?
If anybody has no questions, I will make a motion to approve this request for $124,250 to get mechanical and landscape designs for our new clam shack.
Motion made by Councilman Lawson, seconded by Councilwoman Souza for this resolution as read and described in the amount of $124,250. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it.
Thank you.
We're now going to move, Madam Clerk, to, I believe, letter G.
Resolution authorizing the expenditure of funds for the end of summer concert at Crescent Park, the amount of $2,000. National Carousel Association event in the amount of $8,000. The Great Townie Pumpkin Festival in the amount of $600. And
Hold on one second. I may have misspoken. We're talking about which one?
No, this is it. Because
For Dan Borges?
No.
You had one that you suggested that Dan needed to.
No. This is the right one, Council President.
This is for Tracy.
Tracy? Okay.
Yeah, so if anybody's got a question about
Oh,
the
okay.
carousel, and give her a chance to introduce what it is.
So
Okay, let me pull that up for a second.
so can the clerk continue to read?
Yeah, she pretty much had it completed, but
Well, she didn't
He
read.
just wants to hear
She
his
didn't
run
read
for
mine in the
Italy.
record, so I just want everything to be read into the record properly as the solicitor's shaking his head over there.
sure, continue
Okay.
to read.
Great Townie Pumpkin Festival in the amount of $600. Rumford Little League State Little League Championship in the amount of $500 from the Live Nation Recreation Fund. Sponsor Council President Roderick, Council Vice President Rigo, and Councilman Lawson.
Thank you. These are projects, many programs that are, in some cases, bringing notoriety to the
In a good way.
to the city in a good way, and again, not wanting to deplete a regular general budget. We have an account that provides for items like this, and this is a benefit of the concerts that are held at the Bullfront Point waterfront. This summer, there aren't any, as they're planning on some permanent construction. But it's an account that will provide for this. I'm recommending that all of us sponsor an informal end of summer concert at Crescent Park. That it be council provided, and that we make it a nice festive event. I have done with Councilman Lawson, Councilman Rigo, some preliminary work on securing one of New England's most popular entertainment groups to come forward with that. Yeah, John Cafferty, and it's not your band either, Mr. Lawson. But for those who follow any of the music industry and entertainment, and you've heard of, I'm sure, Brass Attack. They're almost impossible to get. They have East Providence-based members, including a member who's in the Rhode Island Music Hall of Fame. And we'll disclose more of that at some point. That'll be an event at the Crescent Park waterfront side. And we're pleased to announce that I've also talked with the group that does the classic car shows at not only the Carousel, but all over the place. And they're excited, and they're going to combine with us, and they're going to be there that day earlier before the concert. So anyway, we're going to promote that more later, but that's one event. And then I'll skip to number 4, because then I want to go back up to you, Councilman Lawson, and to Tracy. But Councilman Rigo, if you want to describe the fact that maybe almost once in a lifetime a city does a state championship for Little League. Anybody following it now, you know that it's on television. It's in Williamsport, Pennsylvania. It's a big thing for those of us who follow youth sports. And Councilman Rego's former league in which he was president of, received the invitation and the bid to host it this year for Rhode Island, and had the state championship held at the Kim Rock Field. The local league has incurred some expenses, and so this fund is hoping to help that out. If you want to say something about that.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. First, I'd like to again thank Dan Borges and his staff for doing an outstanding job in making the city look proud on all the television stations and people who came. Just couldn't say anything better about that complex. Rumford Little League did a great job, and they incurred costs. New president Mike Fisher did a great job along with his board. And as you said, what it brought to the city was great recognition. People coming in, they spent money locally. But on top of that, we were fortunate that Smithfield, when they advanced, started the ESPN announcers were talking and saying, yeah, they won the state championship in Rumford, Rhode Island. So, there, and fortunately for us, Smithfield just won their region, and they're in Williamsport. So I'm hoping that when they're down in Williamsport, when they're reviewing everything, we get a little bit more mentions there. So it brings people listening around the country like, oh, Rumford, Rhode Island. So it's a good good thing to be in, and good luck to the people from Smithfield, from the city council. And it's just, as you said, we'll never know when we get that event again.
Thank you. And last but not least, if Councilman Lawson and
We'll
Tracy,
defer to
if-
Tracy to discuss the National Carousel Association event.
Thank you, Tracy.
So the National Carousel Association is nationwide into Canada. It is a group of individuals who take time to educate themselves on all of the historic carousels across the country. Every year they hold a convention. I try to go to as many as I can. This year they're celebrating their 50th anniversary back where it started originally, which is here in New England. They will be based out of West Warwick this time. Years in the past, it's been Connecticut. They try to move around. They have asked to come and do the welcome dinner with us at Crescent Park. The welcome day, which is September 20th, is dedicated to Charles Loof, who, as mostly everyone knows, is our carver and creator of the Crescent Park Carousel. So, of course, what better place than to host the welcome dinner than with us? The problem is we didn't get our tent yet. So we didn't really have a place to host the dinner. So what we've decided to do is actually combine two events to try to get the most out of it. We'll have the National Carousel Association dinner on the 20th of September, quickly followed by the food and wine pairing on the 21st. But we could use some assistance in getting tents and tables and chairs. So we have been looking out for sponsors that would ultimately be sponsoring both events, but it's not coming through very quickly. We'll bring the National Carousel Association will bring between 175 and 225 people to the carousel. They'll enjoy a dinner that they pay for. They will each get one ride on the carousel and then spend some time at the gift shop. And they will be doing an acknowledgement speech to the carousel, as well as some guest speakers to talk about Loof.
So
Thank you.
Tracy, will the funds allocated be able to cover the cost of some of that, like the tent and chairs? and
Yes.
tables? Okay, perfect.
Thank you, Tracy. And I might add that the council end of summer concert is September 17th. That's
It's gonna be quite a week.
going to be a good week, a busy week for our Crescent Park.
20th is black tie, so make sure you bring your tie.
Yes, it is a Sunday. The band wasn't available on the Saturday. And Councilwoman doesn't know it yet, I think you're going to be providing lemonade for the community. that
Oh, okay.
goes-
Yeah, I do it for the
When
element.
you were away, we kind of
Yes, wrote me in.
voted you in. So these are great events. We have a
Can
fun,
make the melisada.
And
that's even better.
before we move on,
We'll make that motion.
and the Great Townie, every year Tracy puts on the Great Townie Pumpkin Fest, and they get the kids pumpkins, and they're up to $2 each, and there's 200 being donated.
The Recreation Department funds 200.
Yep.
And then we look for sponsorship to offer additional because 200 is generally gone within an hour. Last year, we were able to get up to 400 pumpkins. The event starts at 11, and by 1:30, we were out of pumpkins.
So this Live Nation money is for the rec department. So in my mind, this is a very appropriate use of these funds towards the rec department.
And for those who don't know quickly the way it works, every time there's a concert at Live Nation, $1 and change, I'm not sure the exact amount, goes towards some kind of recreational activity within the city. Earmarked just for that, cannot be used for anything else. Hasn't been used often.
Do you guys have access to that? To utilize that fund?
I do
No,
not
it would have to
access
come
to that
through
account.
Us.
So the rec department, that's not part of their line.
Right, they
Okay.
can't just call up and use it and then the next thing you know, it's gone. So we have to do what we're doing tonight.
Do we know what the final amount is in that account?
I don't have the specifics. I believe the last time I was told it was about $65,000. And we haven't used any of it really since then. So there should be plenty here. And it's going to build up again when they start up with the concerts. And quickly, that Hall of Fame member, and I would mention his name, he's a Riverside icon, Mr. Dave Tannery. So if you're out there and you know Dave Tannery, he's hoping this passes tonight. He can't wait. He said, we've been waiting to play in our hometown for years. So anyway, if there's no other discussion on this, is there a motion?
Make a motion to approve.
Motion by Councilwoman Souza, seconded by all council members. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you all.
Thanks,
Thank you
Tracy.
so much.
Thank you, Tracy.
Nice job,
Good
Tracy,
luck.
this
Thank you,
weekend.
Tracy.
Okay, Councilman Lawson, now we want to go back to,
And thank you all for accommodating me with that.
of course,
Plus, anything for you, Richard.
So are we back to B?
we're back to,
We're starting
Yes.
At the top of the resolutions. Resolution to petition the State Traffic Commission to conduct a traffic study along Pawtucket Avenue, sponsored Council Vice President Rego.
Councilman Rego, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. So we're looking here to ask the State Traffic Commission to conduct a traffic study along Pawtucket Avenue at key points. Getting to specifics, it would start at Don Avenue to Newman Avenue, Taunton Avenue to Waterman Avenue, Veterans Parkway to Village Green South within the city. I don't want to get into everything. Everybody can read. We're just looking for making sure that there's proper signage. For example, speed limit changes from 30 miles an hour to 20 per hour along a street that is physically identical causes circumstances where members of the public do not have sufficient indicators. They need to slow down and do not have sufficient distance to transition from 30 to 20 miles per hour without dangerously braking and risking rear-end collisions. I mean, it's in the areas where we have now where we have all the traffic, where we have the speed cameras. And this is a way for the state to help us come up with, to make it safer so that there isn't accidents to people in their cars. We all want people to drive slow, and we're all about safety to the children in those schools as well. So I move passage of this resolution number 52.
Second.
Motion by Councilman Rego, seconded by Councilman Lawson. All in favor?
Can I just?
Yes. Comment?
I just want to make a comment on this. I did, and I don't know if our director of DPW has an update, but I know that traffic studies on Pawtucket Avenue along Waterman Avenue That intersection we've done that multiple times because I have asked that the state put a light for a left turn onto Waterman off of Pawtucket Avenue, because that is a very problematic corner.
Yep.
It has been for a very long time. I think that might obviously be some of the conversation. And it's been going back and forth for a couple of years. Last I heard that they had agreed to it, but I don't know where that is in the process of implementation.
I'm not either. I know that there are plans on repaving that portion of the road, and I know that the state is actively looking at widening that right of way so that they can allow for that left
Okay.
hand
So we're still in the
turning lane. I mean, it's probably one of the most busy intersections in the state, and it's an issue, and they're aware of it. So hopefully they can address that during the when they pave that as part of the STIP.
Any ETA with that?
2020, I think it's like 6 now. They pushed it.
Okay. Just so when
yeah.
it comes around, we know to be talking about it.
Yeah.
again.
Yep.
All right, perfect.
No, we know, we're aware of it.
Perfect. Thank you, sir.
Thank you for the comment. Also, Mr. Solicitor, what is the process here? Refresh our memory. So the city clerk will transpose this tomorrow, send it along, and will we get an update on if they accept it or?
We'll send it to, the clerk will send it to the State Traffic Commission, and they'll decide whether they put it on their agenda or not. And we could call the local delegation as well to make sure that they get it, they can push for it, yeah.
Any other comments? Motion was made and seconded. Did you get the motion in second, Madam Clerk? Okay.
Yes.
I forgot who seconded and who made.
Only three of
You're delayed.
Council
now.
Vice President Rigo made the motion and Councilman Wilson seconded.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it, 5-0.
Resolution authorizing the mayor to enter into a contract for city roadway improvements. Sponsor Council President Rodrick.
This is a request to improve the roadways whereby 6 contractors had submitted proposals for this project. The proposal was received from Pawtucket Hot Mix Asphalt in the amount of $2,409,964. The funding is the Municipal Road and Bridge Fund and approved capital funds. I'm looking, I don't have it with me. Mr. Solicitor, I don't know if Dan does or if Napoleon, do we have the locations?
No, I'll defer to Dan.
The locations of
Of the
paving?
improvements, roadway?
Yeah, so this is a combination of projects. The list that I provided the council a few months back
Okay.
are part of this contract on top of a few additional roadways that were already allocated in capital funds. We should note that because we've waited, this time we're going to be getting an additional $637,000 from the state through that municipal road and bridge fund that you had mentioned.
We got a late email that pointed out some additional locations. Is that what you're alluding to?
I'm not sure I follow the question.
That might have been a different,
Is that a different, we got an email late in the day. I just briefly looked at it. I'm like,
Oh, I don't know. It wasn't for me if it was regarding paving.
I think that might have been regarding future streets that may be paved and that we're waiting a bit.
Yeah, I think what I have mentioned was because we delayed this, and I mentioned this to the council several months ago, we were waiting to sign the contract with the paving contractor due to these funds that were being distributed by the state. So now that the program was out, the city applied right away. We're just notified that we got the money, and now we're signing the contract so that we can collect those monies from the state.
And it does mention roadway, drainage, sidewalk, other public improvements. These are all things we're all hearing from the public on. So, I think we need to move on this.
so the list that you gave us in March or April,
Has not changed.
so those will be the streets that will be tackled with this or some?
Correct. Yes.
Okay.
They're not going to all get done this year
Yeah.
because we had to delay this project, but $637,000 is well worth the wait.
And then
So
there was some, there was some other, like I said, I think it said about Bold Point, and it mentioned, I briefly looked at it on, so I'm not gonna.
not the paving
It
contract.
won't interfere with what you have planned.
No, Bold Point doesn't have anything to do with this.
And did we get a list of the sidewalk? So the other consisting projects, the sidewalk, the drainage?
So just to be clear, there are, when we put this project out to bid, it's not only a paving contract. We also put miscellaneous sidewalk improvements, resetting of curb. When we prepare the bid, we're all inclusive so that if there is a change in the field or a manhole cover needs to be raised, we have a line item with a set price so that we're not, going back to the contractor and, paying a significantly more money. So we don't intend on doing major sidewalk improvements, but if there are areas where there require sidewalk to pave the road, then that will get done as part of this contract.
And then any other city sidewalks we're doing in-house that need a
Correct. So we receive calls that, from the highway division, those are put on a board and we, prioritize those based on data report.
Right, thank you.
Thank you. Without all the
So
comments,
I was just looking at the May 18th resolution here, 6 contractors, so it all ties into this one.
right.
All right,
Motion by anyone?
Make a motion?
Second.
Motion by Councilman Lawson, seconded by Councilwoman Souza to approve. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. Unanimous. Next resolution.
Resolution authorizing the mayor to enter into a contract for the senior center window replacement project. Sponsored Council Vice President Rigo.
Councilman, proceed describing this.
thank you, Mr. President. On May 30th, one contractor submitted a bid for replacement of the windows at the original portion of the senior center. And we're looking to, in a total of 30, to install 35 thermal storefront windows within the 7 existing masonry openings. This total bid came in at $211,469 by Bill Azat Architectural Glass and Aluminum Incorporated. And this project is funded by approved from the capital funds. And the city would like to enter into contract with Bill Azat. And obviously, it's a good thing to help out at the original portion of the senior center. I move passage.
Make
Second.
a motion. Yep.
Motion by Councilman Enrico, seconded by Councilwoman Souza. Without further discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you.
Resolution authorizing the mayor to enter into a change order for the purchase and installation of pole lights at the Riverside Middle School. Sponsored Council President Rodrick and Councilman Lawson.
Thank you. This is a continuation of the construction that's been going on behind Riverside Middle School and next to the Riverside Recreational Field. And Councilman Lawson and I have been keeping an eye closely on this. This represents sort of a change order, but the same funding is involved. Councilman, do you want to describe anything further before I
No,
read the
but
numbers? Or?
Dan, if you got a moment, just to kind of give a quick overview where we're at, because I'm getting people reaching out with school, getting ready to start asking what's going on. I know it's not going to be done by school, but can you just give a quick update of the timeline?
Yeah, I think
Obviously, we'll be waiting after this gets approved.
Yep, the
Well,
timeline I
that's-
provided you a few weeks ago hasn't really changed. We're waiting on approval from Rhode Island Energy. We're not approval, it's really just waiting for them to get their portion of the electrical work done so that we can hook up the irrigation shed that is on site. There's no more heavy machinery that needs to happen outside of obviously these field lights. The field is, pretty much graded to where it needs to be. There's going to be, some minor, I wouldn't say damage, but, disturbance when we go to crane these light poles in. But the light poles, ideally, after approval, 8 to 12 week lead time. We're probably looking at, 12 to, I don't know, 16 weeks to.
Can we
get the lights put in.
please keep the school department notified
We-
of
Yep,
everything?
we do,
I know.
no matter what.
I just say that publicly. Okay, so Council President already described what the ask is. So there's a big multi-purpose field behind Riverside Middle School. We just built the parking lot to get people off Somerset. And this lighting is going to be for the multi-purpose field.
Correct.
Mm-hmm.
Hearing no other comments, is there a motion?
Oh, I'm sorry, one more thing. Dan, you don't have to get up for this, but that area is safe for kids walking in. Okay. Just want to get that out there as well. Okay.
Got a motion?
Make a motion to approve.
Second.
Motion made by Councilman Lawson to approve, seconded by Councilwoman Souza. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. Next resolution?
Resolution authorizing city council expenditure of funds for outstanding legal bill from outside counsel. Sponsor Councilwoman Sousa.
Thank you. So as this council is aware, we've put into place a new procedure and protocol for expenditures within the council budget and line items. Previously, there was no specific practice as how to spend that funds that I was aware of in my time here on the council. And that went from getting stationery to, hosting events. We did, however, with big ticket items, if it was city involvement, did obviously become before the entire council to approve hiring of professional skills to represent the council as a whole or as a city. In this specific situation, in the previous council, myself and previous council member, on a very tenuous topic in the community, and it still is a touchy topic for many, keeping Metacomet, preserving that space on the Parkway. There, the councilman and myself were doing our people's work for the people we represented, and being their voice, had sought outside council to write a resolution to present before the council, which did not have the council's full support or even a majority at that time. But due to the conflict in the solicitor's office, of my opinion, there was a conflict because of one of the solicitors having, it was an ethical conflict with family and professional. And then just in general, in my opinion, again, I can't speak for the other council member, there was a conflict in our law department to write such a resolution to be presented for the people before the council. And in doing so, we appropriated a former city solicitor, city manager, very familiar with our community and the practices that we do here on the council and in the city. And that person provided services to the two council members that were seated, and those services came with an invoice, and that invoice has not yet been paid or made whole to today. So now that we have adopted this new procedure, I am asking, I know it wasn't before this council and had nothing to do with this council, but that we make whole on our payments for services rendered to the previous council members.
So I got to recuse
Okay.
myself to the chair. I have to recuse myself from this.
Okay.
You gotta state.
Reason being is that I believe that this person is a family member of mine. So that would constitute me.
You just can't go home. You have to. make
I
sure
know.
you're-
Oh, no, I told him what to do since I'm the king of recusing, so, you know.
I'll make the motion to approve.
Under comments, there is a motion by Councilman Lawson to approve, and is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilwoman Souza. Not going to vote for this. I'm not going to object vehemently. The vote's the vote. But I was part of that council, and we did hire an outside attorney. I have the invoice here. The council then wanted an outside attorney to look into the Metacomet potential acquisition, maybe eminent domain, and to also hire an independent appraiser. I was, like all of us at the time, was for the appraiser, but I didn't see why we needed to spend money on a lawyer to hire an appraiser. We could have just hired the appraiser. There are only a couple in New England that appraised golf courses. But there was a feeling by the then council, not this one, that, well, we needed an independent attorney to work with that group. So we did it. We hired the independent attorney. We spent $28,000 taxpayer money to get an independent lawyer, the firm of Salter, McGowan, Sylvia, and Leonard. And they hired the appraiser, Scotty. And I mean, I have the invoice here, you know.
So
things-
Council President, if I may, this is a little off topic. So that attorney that the council hired was because the council was seeking the potential of pursuing eminent domain. That is very different than what the two council members acquired. This attorney had nothing to do with eminent domain. That
Right.
wasn't the
Well-
same- It wasn't the same thing. It was somebody hired to do a resolution. So it's
there
not the
was an
same. I just wanted for the record, make it perfect. It's not the
Right.
same. So should I have asked that person, since we were already paying them to write me a resolution that I was looking to do?
Okay, no, I accept the objection, but
Okay.
I rule that I am in order. And that basically, we already hired an outside attorney for the umbrella of that process. We weren't privy to Mr. Chapman's involvement. So I don't know, I don't have a report of what he did. I don't have, we got an invoice recently, and I like Mr. Chapman. I worked with him recently on a project in the city. So
My view,
It is
Mr.
what it is.
President, we, at the start of this term, we all agreed on the process. This gentleman was hired in good faith, and it's an outstanding bill.
Forward,
Right,
not
but,
retroactive.
right, but this guy was hired by two city council members, and why I agree, I probably wouldn't do it. It's a bill that the city needs to pay. That's my view.
Sure, okay. So we have a motion and a second. Any other comments?
No.
Madam Clerk, would you call a roll, please?
Councilman Lawson,
Aye.
Council Vice President Rego,
Aye.
Councilwoman Souza,
Aye.
Council President Rodrick.
Nay.
Motion passes 3-1
Thank you.
with the recusal, Councilman Fogarty. All right, thank you, Councilwoman. Next.
Thank you, council members.
You're welcome.
Introduction of ordinances and ordinance and amendment of Chapter 18 of the revised ordinances of the City of East Providence, Rhode Island, 1998, as amended, entitled Vehicles and Traffic, Section 18-228, right turns at certain red lights. This is at the location of Greenwood Avenue eastbound and at the intersection of Newman Avenue. Sponsored, Council Vice President Rego.
Councilman?
Thank you, Mr. President. For those people who are not familiar with this, this is Greenwood Avenue when you would be coming eastbound, going towards the fire station, Station 3. This would prohibit right turns happening there. It's becoming really an inconvenience for the people who live in the houses right side as people speed up. because again, this is an issue that it's being used as a cut through to avoid Pawtucket Avenue. And it's become a real issue for the people living there, as well as even people living off of Greenwood Avenue with the traffic. People aren't stopping. So I move passage of this to prohibit a red light at that location of Greenwood Avenue and Newman.
You mean prohibit right?
Prohibit right turn, yes. Yes, I move passage.
Second.
Motion by Councilman Rego, seconded by Councilwoman Souza. Without further comment, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it.
An ordinance of amendment of Chapter 18 of the revised ordinance of the City of East Providence, Rhode Island, 1998, as amended, entitled Vehicles and Traffic, Section 18-269, subsection B, stop and yield intersections designated. This is at the Luther Avenue, westbound traffic at Rockaway Street. Sponsor, Councilwoman Sousa.
Thank you. So this is just a safety concern that was brought up by a couple of homeowners in that area. At that intersection, both roads that meet have the right of way. There is currently no means of yielding or stopping to give either vehicle passage. So this is just to correct that and provide some aspect of safety. So I move for passage.
Aye.
Motion by Councilwoman Souza.
I'll second that
Seconded
motion.
by Councilman Rego. Without further discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have that, unanimous. You.
An ordinance in the amendment of Chapter 18 of the revised ordinances of the City of East Providence, Rhode Island, 1998, as amended, entitled Vehicles and Traffic, Section 18-269, stop and yield intersections. Location is Bishop Avenue, eastbound and westbound at Barney Street. Sponsor, Council Vice President Rego.
Thank you, Madam Clerk, Mr. President. I would, at last month's meeting, it was a joint venture between myself and Councilman Fogarty, so I just want to include Councilman Fogarty on this. I apologize for omitting it. Thank you. But again, this is looking at putting stop signs in a neighborhood that's being affected by the traffic light on Pawtucket Avenue at St. Margaret's. Is becoming an issue in the neighborhood. So hopefully stop signs. Again, we don't, as you can see here, I don't support people speeding. So stop sign will help stop the traffic that is being diverted into the neighborhood. So I move passage of a stop sign east and westbound at Bishop Avenue and Bonnie Street.
Second.
Motion by Councilman Rego, seconded by Councilman Fogarty to approve. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you, Councilman.
You're welcome, sir.
Next motion.
An ordinance of amendment of Chapter 17 of the revised ordinances of the City of East Providence, Rhode Island, 1998, as amended, entitled Utilities, Section 1, Division 4, entitled Use Regulations, of Article 3, entitled Sanitary Sewer System of Chapter 17. Sponsor, Council Vice President Rego.
Thank you, Madam Clerk, Mr. President. Again, here, this is basically for us to follow the regulations of the state of Rhode Island with our sewer system. From time to time, they do reviews, and we just want to stay in the right realm with the state of Rhode Island with our sewer system. So I move passage of this ordinance.
Second.
Motion by Councilman Rego, seconded by Councilwoman Souza to approve. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it. Thank you. Next.
An ordinance of amendment of Chapter 17 of the revised ordinances of the City of East Providence, Rhode Island, 1998, as amended, entitled Utilities, Section 17-76, entitled Definitions. Sponsor, Council Vice President Rego.
This is basically a continuation of the last ordinance, but of course having to be broken down into because of Section 17-76. basically, again, it's to make sure that we are in compliance with all state regulations in regards to our sanitary sewer system. I move passage.
Second.
Motion by Councilman Rego, seconded by Councilwoman Souza. Without any discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. Next item.
An ordinance of the Council of the City of East Providence appropriating up to $450,000 to update road, ground surface, landscape, and public access to boat ramps, lighting, and parking for trailers at Bull Point Park and John Lewis Waterfront Park. Sponsor, Councilwoman Sousa.
Councilwoman, proceed.
Thank you. So this is, again, a conversation that we talked about, having appropriated funds for open space in our community that would provide access to our waterfront. This is an area that needs some reworking, certainly of the ground, so that the coverage, though needs to be permeable, is something that will be able to be utilized without its current conditioning repeating itself and needing continuous maintenance. So there was a plan drawn out by the Live Nation group that had offered and has also committed to investing funds to help support that area, since it was used by them for their concert venues. And this is allocating additional funds to upscale that basic improvement of increasing the parking lot, regrading that area, adding additional benches for seating, landscaping, lighting, ramp updates for maybe kayak launching and certainly boat launching in that area, along with the John Lewis Waterfront Park, which is a little bit down. It's the first park that you actually see before going down to Ball Point. That, again, surface needs to be extensively regraded, and a different material that is obviously permeable needs to be placed there for better maintenance of driving in and out of that parking lot. And then again, opening it up in a way that best utilizes that space for our community and the residents that live in it, as that waterfront becomes more and more developed by private developers and investors. Our city's owned public space needs to meet the facade of that is surrounding it in a way that is safe and attractive and also able for our community to use. So those are the funds that, in addition to any other funds appropriated by the city and or other parties who have allocated some funds, these are the additional funds that I would like for this specific two parts.
Okay, thank you. And I notice it appropriates up to, so it could be an amount less.
Correct.
But at
Correct.
least, but that
At
much.
least.
My only question is, do you know if, or I don't know if Dan can answer, I mean, there were some plans for that area. I don't want to see it, are we piggybacking, or can we put stuff together and get this done, or?
We've actually been working on a set of plans for probably the last year or so now. And I'd be happy to share that with the council. As the mayor mentioned, the last time we just recently received the RMC and DM approval. So this plan is significantly engineered over the schematic drawing that Live Nation had proposed. And we're actually we broke ground last week and installed some soil and erosion control measures to begin the plan that you see in front of you. So we're working with Rhode Island Waterfront Enterprises, not only to install the kayak launch that you were looking for, Councilwoman Souza, but also to make significant improvements to that parking lot, and walking paths, benches, landscaping, lighting improvements, and that's all happening at a very reduced rate to the city. So Waterfront Enterprises has actually made an agreement with the city to provide all of the labor associated with the work that you see here. So the city will pay nothing to at least prepare the grounds. We're just responsible for the materials that go into making these improvements. So in addition to that, the city will also be getting, I believe it's about $100,000 from Exxon due to some remediation efforts in that area, which will go towards this project. So we've been utilizing those funds to basically debit from to complete what you see in front of you. And then anything outside of that, we had intentions of coming to the council to cover the remaining costs, not really knowing what that would be, since this is sort of a non-conventional, we're not bidding this, we're sort of doing this as we go. So we're purchasing materials, following all of our purchasing requirements, depending on the total amounts of materials, it's sort of piecemeal. So I've been working on managing the construction of this with the local contractor that's doing all the work. So we're already working on it. We have, significant amount of funding that will cover a good portion of this work, especially saving labor. I mean, that's a huge benefit to the city. So unfortunately, it's taken time to get to this point, but it's going to save us a significant amount of money instead of having to, dedicate and allocate funding for what probably would be several $1 million of improvements.
So 450 will help towards this goal. And you guys have already done the work. You don't need to do the RFPs because you're already moving forward.
Correct. So we'll still have to come before the council to utilize those funds, correct?
Anything over 50,000, we have to approve.
Right.
But we're allocating 450,000 tonight towards this project. So as you're doing your budget, you'll know you have that money to help. But yeah, if you go anything over 50,000 by charter, has to be approved.
Can I just add, along the, and maybe it's on here and I'm not seeing it, along the parking lot, if there is any room to add trees along there for shading?
Yeah, so the trees, there aren't trees shown on this plan, only because we're going to be getting donated trees from Waterfront Enterprises. So they're going to plan on replanting this entire area with trees.
All right, because I do see some trees that are pre-existing and some new trees. I just wanted to, along the parking lot, it didn't show any.
Yeah, we didn't put any in because those will be donated. The plants that you see they're more shrubbery. I don't think there are any larger trees here.
10 trees, unless I'm not.
So small cherry trees, flowering cherry trees. Outside of that, the majority is shrubs and perennials and seagrasses.
Thank you, appreciate that.
You do have all approvals needed now, like
Yeah, CRMC, yep,
uh,
CRMC and DEM, those unfortunately took a while, but,
Yep.
they're now approved. We have the CRMC assent. And then any improvements to John Lewis will require a similar approval process to CRMC. We'll have to survey the property, develop design plans similar to this, and provide them, what we're drainage calculations, everything that goes along with that.
And so I think with our John Lewis Park, that one's a really smaller size. I think for that area, it's a real simple, it's that ground, it's getting that
Yeah, so if you,
ground level.
no, yeah, understood. So if you intend on paving that or doing any alterations that require CRMC
No, for
approval.
sure. No, I'm not, I know that we need, but I'm saying, I think any funds allocated to it or extensive work there's not gonna be extensive work. It's maybe just getting that area ground where we can drive and ride bikes through there. So maybe some extra seating. So thank you. Appreciate the update.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Quickly, Dan, is the Live Nation redo, is that off a year now? They're not doing
I
anything?
think it's 2025, if I'm not mistaken. I'm not really sure of the details on that, unfortunately.
Okay. So, comments of council members, a pleasure on this.
To approve?
Motion by Councilwoman Souza, to approve, seconded by Councilman Lawson. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you.
Motion passes 5-0. So I can make my.
5-0.
An ordinance of the Council of the City of East Providence appropriating up to $50,000 for a citywide utility box art project. Sponsor, Councilwoman Sousa.
Thank you. Again, as mentioned before, I did reach out and have spoken with the Arts Council, and he has had conversations with other cities and towns who have had these done in their community, and certainly it's a position where you can either hire someone to do the work for you, or you can do the work internally, identifying where you want your boxes, what type of schematics you're looking for throughout the city, and then put out an RFP calling for artists to bid on the project, allotting for however many utility boxes we're looking for. And I think that has been established in our conversations. I don't think we need to hire a company to do that for us, since most of it is pretty self-explanatory, and we could handle it, we being the Arts Council, myself, and any other art member in the council, to get it done.
Is that Mr. O'Connell you talked to? Good. Any other comments? Motion?
We gave a list to Dan. He has to vet who technically owns it and stuff, so we're just waiting to hear back. But we'll have a list, and obviously you want it on the roads that are highly traveled to catch people's attention. So not your front lawn.
No, not my, thank you.
They wouldn't see it.
I second Councilwoman Sousa.
Motion is seconded by Councilman Rigo. So, and again, for edification, it is subject to ownership clearance, and I'm sure they will approve. And it's up to this amount, so hopefully it can be done a little less. So, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it, unanimous. Thank you.
An ordinance of the Council of the City of East Providence appropriating up to $1 million for funding of the Crescent Park concession project and event tent project. Sponsor, Councilman Lawson.
So this was already explained, and the ask is to make sure that we have the money ready to go as soon as the architect comes back. So I would make a motion that we approve this ordinance.
Second it.
Motion by Councilman Lawson, seconded by Councilman Fogarty. And under discussion, this coincides with the architect that was.
The one we just approved, they're going to create the drawings that you can hand to a contractor. They'll be ready to go to build based on these drawings. And then now we have 1.5 million, and hopefully it's much less than that, and we can allocate this money towards other projects.
Without further discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have that, unanimous. Next item.
An ordinance of the Council of the City of East Providence appropriating up to $1 million for the former Oldham School building on Bullocks Point Ave. Sponsor, Councilman Lawson.
Councilman.
Okay, did I miss a vote that we voted to sell this property?
No, sir.
No? So nobody on the council worked with the administration on their new? All right, so I'm going to move forward with this then. This money is, as you know, this building has been abandoned since the Budget Commission came in. It's sitting there, it's got some boarded up windows, it needs a roof. So this is to try to allocate money to put a roof, doors, windows, and a feasibility study. And I make a motion to approve.
Second.
Motion has been made by Councilman Lawson, seconded by Councilman Fogarty. So under discussion, whatever happens with this building, we know work needs to be done, correct?
Yep.
Correct. So.
And I'm getting blown up. People are pissed that the mayor put this up for sale. I've had a couple people reach out. I told them absolutely, I will never vote.
It's not correct.
Who made the decision, Napoleon?
Hey, wait a minute.
This isn't a public.
We'll
We
let,
got an RFP out saying we want people to propose buying the property and add
Lease
residential.
or sale, it's an exploration of an idea.
Sale. Who said that we want to sell this property?
It's an
None of
exploration.
us did. And you need the council vote to sell city property.
Of course, we understand that. It's an exploration to see to gauge the interest out there. If somebody came in,
If we're willing to sell the property, now you got these developers. I had two
Lease or
to me
sale.
today, and I've already told them, there's nobody that wants to sell this property.
if, for example, when I'm just putting it out there, for example, some developer approaches us and says, we'll give you guys $20 million for that property, you turn that down?
Yes, I will.
Okay.
Absolutely will.
All right. I don't think that would be the right choice, but hey,
Well, and we know, listen, we know that when he heard I want to appropriate money, all of a sudden this thing came out, possibly selling. So I am going
What did
to
you do?
ask that
What did
we
you do?
move forward
I'm saying, how
on
did you
this
communicate
vote.
that?
I make a motion, we
Director,
approve this
let him
ordinance.
finish. Let's try to do one at a time and
Sorry.
I'll add.
I'm done. I made a motion that we approve this.
Yep,
Allocation of
motion
money.
was made and seconded.
second it.
Mr. Fogarty, we're under discussion. I do want to ask the solicitor, if any city-owned building were to be put up or suggested for sale or lease, doesn't that require city council approval?
Not to, my understanding, and I'm just hearing this for the first time, not to make a request to get people who are interested,
Right,
but the
but actually-
the ultimate transfer of property has to be approved by the council. Yes, any property, city lease or sale.
And I will never vote to sell that property. I'll make that very clear right now.
So whether we make it a school again someday, whether we have a business incubator,
This incubator with community space.
whether we sell or lease it, we have some.
Not
ideas.
selling, I will not sell it.
Right, but I'm saying we can't let it deteriorate.
That's why I'm allocating
Right.
money for a roof, windows, doors.
That's what I'm getting at.
Motion made and second.
So motion's made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you.
5-0.
Yes.
So I just like to keep track. All right.
An ordinance of the Council of the City of East Providence appropriating up to $550,000 to replace the walking track at Pierce Field Football Stadium. Sponsor, Councilwoman Sousa.
Thank you. So this topic has been discussed multiple times. Our beautiful prize Pierce Field complex has received a lot of work over the last few years and continues to require continuous maintenance and upkeep, and one of that being the walking track, which is in really deplorable condition. Also, we do not have a great ADA accessibility for that field. We have a ramp that is very steep and narrow to go up and down. So that also is within the scope of practice that scope of work that I'm looking to have fall under this $550,000 allocated from our ARPA funds. So there will be obviously some engineering work that would need to take place. It does not include having the field itself, the football field itself redone. It is simply the walking track around that. And again, making better ADA compliance to the field.
Thank you.
Approval on that.
Motion by Councilwoman Souza,
Second.
seconded by Councilman Fogarty. And again, under discussion, I want to make sure that we're not duplicating things. And again, I would ask, I don't know if you've been involved in anything, Dan. I thought I saw some comments or correspondence that, there may be a plan afoot to turf and do the whole thing.
We submitted a plan to Senator Reed's office requesting, I think it was close to $3 million, or $2 or $3 million to resurface that entire field with turf, as well as obviously maintaining that, the walking track, creating ADA accessibility on the toe of that slope closest to the entrance. So it's all been sent to the state, and the hope is that, we'll receive funding for that project, which would likely require a match. So we're sort of in a holding pattern with respect to any park improvements there, but we're obviously on it from a from a submission standpoint to the senator's office. And we're hopeful that we get those funds.
So we'll know by November 1st.
I'm sorry?
We'll know by November 1st.
I don't know.
Well, because the way the federal fiscal year works, the appropriations committee are going to be meeting when they go back after their recess here now. So we can vote on this now, and if we get the money, obviously we can take it away. We'll know by December at the latest, because has it already passed the subcommittee on the Senate side?
I'm not positive as to where it stands. I
Right.
wasn't
I'm just saying,
entirely involved
yeah.
in the submission.
But as far as the federal process is concerned, we'll know shortly. In the window of this year. So we can always, if we don't get it, we can proceed. If we do get it, we can come back and release this.
So thank you for working diligently to get
Dan, thank you.
the fields also updated. So this will just, again, enhance then if we were awarded that. And if not, the field does look amazing as is, but the track surrounding it does not. So thank you.
Any other comments? There's a motion by Councilwoman Souza and seconded by Councilman Fogarty. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it, 5-0.
I don't know.
An ordinance of the Council of the City of East Providence appropriating up to $550,000 for placemaking throughout the city. Sponsor, Councilman Lawson.
So placemaking, apparently not everybody understands what placemaking is. Placemaking, it's helps define an area. Think about like the banners in Riverside. Now we have funds that we could do it, other corridors throughout the city. Signage, anything visual in the city that kind of just gives you a sense of place, history, stuff like that. This is a tool for the planning department to really enhance the city with more. As you've heard, people, they love the banners that went up in Riverside. Let's do it in other parts of the city, and let's just really raise the level of aesthetics. So I'll make a motion that we allocate this money to the planning department to decide where it goes. $550,000 for placemaking throughout the city.
I second that.
Any further discussion?
No, I just want to say that I think that this is a really important investment, driving through other communities in our state and abroad. It is really refreshing to see the investment that people put into aesthetics and that you know where you are. I mean, it's simple as seeing the Ken Height sign. I mean, that is really important for people in the community and council. If council members don't fight for those things and allocate funds for those things, then we don't have them. And I know people appreciate that in the city, because at the end of the day, this is all our money that's being put into the city. So people like tangible, see things. And I think that that's a great idea. And I hope that the planning department would then come and seek some ideas and thoughts from the city council and others in the community to see what kind of signage or plant hangers or different types of aesthetics that would be appropriate for the area that could be changed out seasonally. Again, if I know the administration is really big on making this an amazing community to come live, work, and play, well, let's look like we are. In addition to having all of this stuff, we need to look the part, not just be the part. And that's why I think this is a great allocation of assets.
No, they look great. Like you go to Cranston, Warwick, Wakefield, they look outstanding. And as long as you people don't forget the northern part of the city, I go along with this.
And again, this is just another
I know.
tool for the planning department, so. And it's a great way to fund this without going through the tax dollars.
Do you, are there anything precluded from here?
Your picture.
Covers anything?
Your picture on them.
I'll leave it up to the planning department to decide. Well, I don't want to.
And I want to,
I don't want to see a naked cherub of Frank Rigo on a fountain.
And as a pretty long time cheerleader for the city, I don't want any, from my opinion, I'm supporting this, but I don't want any feelings that we are a dumpy looking city.
No.
Because Crescent Park, Sabin Point, Lyle Bourne, Pierce Stadium in general, needing some repairs. I talked to a lot of friends who live outside of East Providence. They're pretty impressed when they
Yes.
drive through here.
Yes.
Just drive through some neighboring towns and, you can see that. So we are not saying anything negative, but I just want to say we're doing some nice things.
No, but this adds a sense of heritage, history. When people are driving by, if you go there, oh, I'm in Rumford, Rhode Island, Rumford Bacon Soda, or I'm in, I'm in what, down off.
I get
Bob,
it.
didn't you mention Watchmoker Square? You'd like to see something.
Right, there's something.
And our goal is to keep the people here.
Yes.
Right.
Well, the nice thing too is that there.
Our waterfront's alive, I'm sorry.
Yeah, back quite some time ago, there was part of the business council in the city. Their businesses would purchase flags or signs that they could put outside, especially around the holidays. If you look around the holidays, you can see different businesses have their name or logo. And that was an effort to collaborate on beautifying the area along with supporting local businesses. So if we can mix those two, get the small business committee up and going and have them working with the public works, with the planning department, and then collaborate on that, I think it'll be amazing.
And my final comment is, people need to understand about bureaucracy. Councilman Fogarty, I don't know if you were there that night. I see Mr. Lewis in the audience. He was there. We were at a Kent Heights meeting at the Fuller Library talking about rehabbing Kent Heights Field. Young people today call it Kent Park. When I grew up there, it was Kent Field. And I forget the amount, maybe close to $1 million or so, and it's going to be beautiful. And people asked about what, when, where, why. And as Dan has said, and Engineer Skadberg, you got to talk to DEM, you got to talk to Coastal Resources, you've got to talk to a lot of agencies. Kent Field was a former landfill. Long before Forbes, the city landfill was Kent Field. And that has to be checked out first. They've got to pull out big plugs of land and check them all. So when people hear all these projects and they see things aren't happening overnight, there's a reason. Councilman Rigo and I went to Kim Rockfield. There are some grandeur plans for the future, but it's not going to happen next year. So we got to all keep that in mind. Anyway, we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. Next, please.
An ordinance of the Council of the City of East Providence appropriating up to $200,000 for a splash pad in Riverside, sponsor Councilman Lawson.
Already discussed, so I'll make a motion that we approve to get the kids down in Riverside to splash pad.
Second.
Motion made by Councilman Lawson, seconded by Councilwoman Souza. If you've seen the other two, they're wildly popular. These are good things.
Absolutely.
And I'm sure we can
gonna love it.
probably do it for a little less because it can mirror the others, but all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
5-0.
5-0. Next item.
An ordinance of the Council of the City of East Providence appropriating up to $450,000 for improvements to Townie Pride Park, sponsor Councilwoman Sousa.
So this is a conversation, and again, another city park that I've discussed, and we have in the past allocated funds, and there have been improvements made. This again is an effort to continue those efforts moving forward in a timely manner, to include installing benches, more permanent permeable walkways, protecting the surrounding brim of the pond itself to stabilize it and then provide help so that it doesn't have overgrowth. There's a lot of different permitting involved with other entities, so we know that that's happening, and Dan has alluded to some of that permission already having been sent and waiting for some probably additional to come, including, of course, some landscaping and things thereof. So I move passage.
Second?
Councilwoman Souza moves passage, seconded by Councilman Lawson. Did you mention the amount? I don't know.
Oh, it's on here, 450,000.
And it's, what's that?
I said
Yep.
convention.
And it's ARPA funds, and I think it's another area where a lot of work has been done. Is the fountain working? So there's a fountain there. I assume it has lights. I haven't seen it at night.
There were some lights that were there at one point that we got through grant funding. Those have all been removed. I'm not sure the why of that, but it does need
I
some
know there
lighting.
were problems with lights. I will say that, this is one that, while I'll support, I'm a little reluctant because it's right there next to Pierce.
Mhm.
So we already have plans to have walking parks. The lights keep getting broken by the local kids being kids.
Mhm.
And I know Dan and others have said, expensive, nice looking lights down in that corner, not a great idea. Put them more at Pierce. I think we put close to $750,000 already there. But it is what it is.
I think it wouldn't be bad if we had a workshop one day too about the whole PS complex, putting it all together between Jones Pond, the stadium, the fields. You've been trying to get bathrooms for how long? It may not be a bad idea to determine the best going forward. I don't know if the comprehensive plan is going to be mentioning anything about PS, which we should be getting it soon, I hope. But it may not be a bad idea that we look at the whole thing and say, as a city, what do we want? I know I prefer to see a rec center built there on the corner of Mercer and Lyon, but that seems to be the whole city telling me that.
I mean, just that whole block to what you're saying.
I
the whole
agree.
block needs
So
to
if we
have
could have,
something that, because it does all blend together.
Yeah.
So there needs to be
Mhm.
flow.
Continuity.
yeah,
And I'm not trying to make it a piecemeal, but you can't let it just go
absolutely.
done either, you know?
So maybe in the future, we have a, workshop and bring in the public and say, let's talk about PS.
And it has been made the one main recreation part for the playground system. We no
Exactly.
longer have.
So let's invest.
We have parks, but they're not staffed. They're not playgrounds. We used to have 20.
And we get that. We understand that.
Oh, yeah, it makes sense to key in on Pierce, but was there a second to that motion?
If not, I make a second.
Motion by Councilwoman Souza, seconded Councilman Lawson. Other discussion? If not, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
An ordinance of the Council of the City of East Providence appropriating up to $5 million for needed improvements to the infrastructure of sewers and drains citywide. Co-sponsors Councilman Fogarty and Councilwoman Souza.
Thank you. Councilman, before you go on, I'd like to give a little preamble. This is something I support.
Yep.
Wholeheartedly. I said from day one when I ever heard of ARPA that we need to fix infrastructure or anything else. My only concern with this is I would ask the sponsors if you're willing to wait a little bit and if we could get more specifics from engineering, from Dan Borges and his department. For instance, I asked him a little bit about this and he said, well, we just did the system where we put cameras through pipes and we're trying to identify problem areas. And so I'd like to put together a plan. We need pipes a certain diameter somewhere. You have to go out to bid to these things. This is a big number to just.
But does
All
it,
right, so I would like
it
to
could be like a placeholder though.
say,
What's that?
It could be like a placeholder and then Dan can tell us what his needs
Yeah, I
are
mean,
and we know the money's there to take.
yeah, so
It's there. It's not going.
I understand.
And this will ensure it's.
Anyway, that's.
Well, I'd like to read something first and then turn it over to you, Councilwoman Souza, if you don't mind. All right, so what I put together here is the American Rescue Act Plan Act is signed into law on March 11th, 2021. The ARPA funds provides $350 billion for state and local governments. of which East Providence received $13,892,956 in 2021. And again, $13,892,956 in May of 2022. Eligible usage of these funds. This is from federal. Revenue replacement for the provision of government services to the extent of the reduction in revenue due to the COVID-19 public health emergency relative to revenues collected in the most recent fiscal year prior to the emergency. 2, COVID-19 expenditures on negative economic impacts of COVID-19, including assistance to small businesses, households in hard-hit industries, and economic recovery. 3, premium pay for essential workers. 4, investments in water, sewer, and broadband infrastructure. The city has until December 31st, 2024 to obligate the funds, and until December 31, 2026 to spend the funds. So investing in our infrastructure's needs with these funds will ease the burden of our residents that have been dealing with this for many years. These funds will allow our Director Borges and administration to address those highest priorities that we haven't budgeted for and continue for those started with past bonds, grants, and allocated state funds. Co-sponsor of this ordinance, Councilwoman Souza, along with the rest of our council and our administration, are in agreement that our presently unfunded drainage water priorities could immediately use this $5 million ARPA monies. Thank you. I'll turn it over to Councilwoman Souza.
Thank you. So as the councilman has said, and Council President also alluded to, it's really important that we keep our infrastructure, which is old and has a lot of need of repair and potential looking forward to the usage. We're a growing city who has a lot of development. And, you know, the question I always go back to is, can our infrastructure, our sewer and water, handle all of this that's happening to within our city? And for that to be able to happen, we need to make sure that we have funds in place and that we have good working equipment and facilities that can take on these things. We have this drainage problem that is consistent through these heavy rainfalls, and they're throughout the city. They're not just to one specific area. They go through Rumford all the way to Riverside. So this is in an effort to not just fix the highly prioritized, but we can then expand that, because everybody's backyard and basement matters, right? Like, nobody wants to have to worry about these things when a heavy rainstorm comes, having to turn on their sub pump, or maybe this year having to install a sub pump because you didn't have to for years past, but because of climate change and all of the weather patterns, that this is now the new norm. It doesn't have to be if we as a community and leaders think ahead and try to improve and anticipate the needs in our communities with our current infrastructure. Obviously, with growth and development, the city, and I'm sure the engineering and planning boards, they're requiring extensive drainage plans so that at least within those areas and within the surrounding development aren't negatively impacted, but that wasn't the case of our years past. People were able to develop with no consideration of any of the abutters and how the flow of the water traveled. And that's why we are where we are today. So I think this is probably one of my favorite ARPA ordinances, because I know it deals with and addresses a huge topic that affects all of us and in our pockets, because we know that we have the enterprise fund and that those monies are used to help support our infrastructure under our water. And we had to increase the rates. But if we can allocate funds that are already available, that would reduce the risk of us having maybe 5 to 10 years from now, having another increase in any of our water rates or sewer rates, then that's something that I'm definitely going to advocate for. It's the long term, not just the short, quick, immediate.
If I could add, the email the city administration sent The city issued a survey during the summer of 2021, conducted a community meeting on August 16th with the mayor, Congressman Cicilline, Sheldon Whitehouse, city council, department heads. People asked, what's your connection to EP based on the goals of ARPA? What's your top priorities? And out of 424 responses, the top 5 priorities of the survey were city infrastructure, and water infrastructure was number 2. Number 3 was improved city parks and recreation. 4 was economic business assistance. And then 5, community health. So everything we're allocating tonight is from what the city already did the legwork on. We're just putting the money where the city told us that the people wanted it. And then even on the potential city funding from the same email, infrastructure, potential city funding, 10 million. So we're allocating half of what they proposed. So I'm in favor of ARPA being used for our infrastructure needs because God forbid something happens and, we neglect it, And
If I may, I swear I'll be short. I'll be really short. And I didn't mean to interrupt you. I just don't want you guys just to pass the vote without us at least having, without me making a comment.
Let me just say, I think it's appropriate for administration to have a conversation.
Absolutely.
So please.
So we are all on the same page. These are all worthy projects. We're listening to you. We want to invest in infrastructure. You're not listening to what we're trying to say is by locking up in encumbering these funds right now, I'm not using the term right, but locking up these funds now, it hurts our flexibility to use it. We have to come back to you to have you guys reverse what you're doing with passing these ordinances, which is going to cost us time, which, as you all know, we're running across the timeline.
Why would
We're
we
in
have to
agreement-
reverse them?
Excuse me?
Why would we have to reverse these?
Because you're locking up the funds.
For projects.
But for things.
So you're locking
why
up
we're
the
doing
funds, but for example, if some opportunity comes up for tomorrow, then we have to come back to you, then we have to wait. You're just, you're messing up the timeline of us being able to do things and making us less efficient. These are all great projects, all projects the mayor supports.
Well, let's work together and get them done.
It's just the way in which you're going about doing it, locking up the funds, which is giving us agita. It gives us less flexibility to be able to do things. That's
What
our
other
point.
things?
It's in the memo. Our position's in the memo. If you read the memo and understand the memo and get beyond the tug of war over the money, then you'll see it's about flexibility and giving us fiscal flexibility to be able to deal with these issues. That's it.
Okay.
My only concern is specificity. Earlier we talked about a splash pad specific, clam shack specific.
Right. But
other
now
things specific. Now we're saying
you have 5 million to take care of these things. They know the funding's there. Rather than go through the motions of vetting a project and then say, gee, how are we going to fund it?
I
At least
hear
now
you.
they could say, okay, we can do this. We know the money's there.
Understand. Thank you. With that
That's
said,
my
any
view.
Further discussion, I
Any
move
other-
passage.
Councilman Fogarty moves passage.
Second.
Seconded by Councilwoman Souza. Discussion's closed. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it.
5-0.
All right, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Director.
An ordinance of the City of East Providence appropriating up to $400,000 to the Planning Department for the Storefront Improvement Program, sponsored Councilman Lawson.
So this kind of goes hand in hand with the placemaking. The storefront improvement, it gets run through the Economic Development Committee, and it's been a great success. Jeff's, there's a new mural down in Riverside, and I think it's appropriate that we fund this program further because I believe they're close to depleted what the original allocation was. So I am requesting that we give the planning department $400,000 towards the storefront improvement program.
Second.
Motion by Councilman Lawson, seconded by Councilwoman Souza. Without any further discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it.
I would just say if I could, now that it's been passed, because I have had new businesses that have moved into the city that have reached out to introduce themselves and kind of, informally network. And some of these questions have come up. How do I make my storefront better? Are there any city funds? Can we help? And so I have told them that we do have in that connecting with our planning department would be the first thing, or I did give a gentleman's name, but he is no longer with the city now. But I think this would be a great asset. My only, I guess, ask would be, is Melissa, who is the project manager of these, would she be the person that we would ask that people connect with? Because
So the planning department, you can refer them to there. Usually what happens is somebody submits the proposal to the Economic Development Committee. They'll go through it, they'll vote on it, and if it's deemed worthy, then it goes to Melissa, and she does the,
all right. So,
like she'll recommend before they vote on it too, whether it's appropriate and stuff. So she's involved.
yeah. Okay. Perfect. All right.
Thank you for the clarification. Next item.
An ordinance of the Council of the City of East Providence appropriating up to $500,000 for adaptive playground equipment for the city's special needs population. Sponsor Councilman Lawson.
The kids with special needs deserve our attention. They deserve to see that this city recognizes them. I had the honor of working for developmentally disabled kids for a decade of my life, and we used to take them to the Impossible Dream down in Warwick, and to see their face light up because they could get on a swing like the other kids, it's awesome. And I think the city of East Providence, we're in a position to allocate money. And we're not talking like 5,000 pieces of equipment, 3, 4, 5 pieces that, glider swings that a wheelchair can go on, and some of the bucket chairs for the kids. Some of the kids on the spectrum may need some sensory type play, stuff like that. So this is money to be able to work and create something special. This is another thing. I think it'd be great to have a workshop with the public to discuss creating a special needs playground in the city of East Providence. And this money can get us started with the equipment. I am open to any suggestions for locations, and do we want it as part of a park? Do we maybe think of a park that's underutilized that could be converted? I'm all ears, whatever you guys think, but I would like to make a motion that we allocate $500,000 for the special needs kids of this city.
Through the chair.
Get them some.
Councilman Fogarty.
So it's a highlight to my life too, Mr. Lawson, because I worked a lot with the special needs population. But when you mentioned the Impossible Dream Place, I was the top seller for the building that. My wife and I are in the Journal, proud sponsor of that. And when that was built, Doug Buffrey from LaCroix Catering was a big sponsor of that. And I'll tell you, the highlights from that, seeing the kids enjoy, if we can do anything and everything for them, I'm 100% with you, and I will second that motion.
And obviously, this is very near and dear to my heart, having my first child on the spectrum. I mean, she can get on this equipment, but other children can't. But so I wish that we had this equipment 20 years ago. So obviously, this one hits home really big. I move passage.
Thank you.
So I'll make a motion to approve $500,000 for the kids to get adaptive playground equipment.
Motion is made by Councilman Lawson, seconded by the entire council on record. Without further discussion, and then the logistics will be left up to a workshop.
I think I'd
Parks and
love,
Recreation.
let's bring the community in. Let's get this a community. Let's talk to people let's talk to families of special needs kids to gauge what the needs are and stuff. I've been doing some research on equipment. I got some contact numbers that we could reach out to. So I think if we could find a decent location, work with Dan and the city administration, let's make something special, man. We got the ability, we got some funding to do it, because these are the types of things that in a budget season tend to get cut. Because obviously we got first responders, public safety, all that. So I think this is going to be good for the city.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it, 5-0. Thank you all. Next.
Make a motion, we move into executive session.
Second.
Yes, and we would do so
Did I say
under pursuant.
Yeah, you gotta read this.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm just going to read that now. Pursuant to Rhode Island General Laws 4246-5, We are looking today at A, 1 and 2, litigation, claims, sewer abatements, and personnel.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
5 to for purchase of land.
Okay,
I didn't put that in there. I didn't-
Okay, and number 5, purchase of land, but it's on the agenda. So that motion was made to go into executive session. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Souza. We will return after executive session to report out on the session. All in favor? Aye.
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 Next item.
Motion, we are returning back to regular session.
Mike has to report out.
Motion to seal the minutes.
Motion by
Second.
Councilman Souza, seconded by Councilman Lawson to seal the minutes of the executive session. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. Mr. Solicitor, would
Thank-
you
thank you.
report out?
Thank you, Mr. President. As you know, we just met as a claims committee just to discuss the following claims. The claim of Ms. Sedelia De Silva in the amount of $1,045 was approved. The claim of Industrial Heights condo, which was a sewer abatement, was also approved in the amount of $1,347.97. Remaining items on the agendas, including the litigation and the personnel matter, no votes were taken, just general discussion. No votes were taken that can be disclosed at this point, particularly with regard to the litigation. And the personnel matter was just a general discussion. That concludes my report.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions, corrections, deletions?
No, I just wanted to just kind of make a statement, and I
Sure.
know it's probably practice, but just for my own comfort level, the ordinances for ARPA that were passed today, Council President, I know you typically sign them before the end of going home. Could we be notified once they've been?
Two passages. You need two
Oh, is
passages.
it two?
So September, so August 29th?
Yes.
Yeah, next week's a special.
Yeah, next week's, so
Well, we can always add an item to a special meeting if the.
What do they have to be?
Might as well wait.
They have to be advertised. They have to be advertised.
advertised, so it has to be August 29th,
Yep, okay.
that next one.
And yes, I can send.
I mean,
the
that's the
record of
second
the-
pass.
Yeah, but it still has to be advertised.
Okay.
Well, so does Tuesday. Yeah.
No, but we need enough date. We don't have enough time, I don't think, between now and the 29th to advertise 7 days.
All the other stuff. Yeah,
Yeah,
29th.
29th.
All right, then.
We'll
I
do it
just-
then.
I retract. Motion
Make
to
sure I
adjourn.
sign in.
Second.
What was that? Adjourn motion by Councilman.
Aye.
Seconded by Lawson. All in favor? Aye. Meeting is adjourned.
Oh, I know, this is mine.
Oh, you counted that many. That's